It's day 3 of the World Bowls Champion of Champions singles, and right from an early hour this morning, members of the Browns Bay Bowling Club have been here doing all those things that volunteers do to make sure that a venue such as this looks perfect, and they've done a pretty good job without doubt. So we go into day 3, and at the moment 9 players are unbeaten. 5 women and 4 men have yet to taste defeat, and some of those players will meet in this first round this morning. From the women's section, it'll be Australia against India, neither of them beaten, so that'll provide a winner. Someone tastes their first defeat. And in the men's, we've got for you Australia against New Zealand, and that's the match we're going to bring you right now. It's the national champions of Australia and New Zealand, Lee Schreiner against Aiden Takarua. Sit back, relax and enjoy some great bowls.
Thanks, John. Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa koutai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles broadcast live from here, the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And as John said, we've got a good one for you this morning. Lee Schreiner and Aiden Takarua, both unbeaten. 2 sets of 7 ends is what they will play. And nothing better than a good trans-Tasman clash to start off a day of bowls here. Lee leading off. Has been here a number of times before. We talk about pre-tournament favourites. Lee's name was one that came up a lot. He's won this event. Starting off on his backhand. Beautiful day for bowls, isn't it, John?
Oh, and I was watching these players with their trial ends, and I think we're going to be in for something special here. They're both just nutting it all the time. So Takarua, with his last bowl in the trial ends, decided that he'd just see if he could draw it to the ditch, and as the marker reached down to pick it up, she didn't need to. It sat right on the edge of the ditch, and I thought, okay, if that's an indication of what we're having today, I'll be quite happy. So Schreiner is playing with aerodynamics, and as you've mentioned, it's such a fabulous performer. And when you've won the national Australian singles title as often as he has, you would expect that he'd be in that Australian team all the time, but such is the depth of Australian bowls, he seldom makes an appearance.
Yeah, back in that senior squad, Lee Schreiner, that was recently announced by Bowls Australia, and I'm sure many supporters watching on with great interest at his results here at the World Champion of Champions Singles.
Gosh, yeah, he's got lots of fans out there, lots of supporters have been wishing him all the best through the various social media platforms, and I think everyone anticipates that this is the match that these 2 players themselves have been looking forward to, even though it possibly won't determine final outcomes or anything like that, because there's still matches to be played. It's one in which you test yourself against the best.
On his backhand.
This green timed about half an hour ago was at 17.4 seconds.
So it's on the slower side. Well, slows.
Yes, explain yourself there.
In comparison to the bottom green here, which is running near 20 seconds, this is one of the slower greens that we have here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, but certainly it's not slow, John. It's a very quick Maniatoto green. Maniatoto, of course, being a waterweed. It's not grass. It's sort of like a creeper that spreads along the ground.
Oh, what a nice change here from
beautiful bowl.
Yeah.
Well played. Would say he's holding 2 here. Lee's going to come and have a look just to assess the situation. There's nothing but time for these athletes. It's 2 sets of 7 ends and a 3-end tie break, and the schedule very generous with the amount of time that it gives them to play those games, John. So the players are able to really take their time. There's not really the fear of the light going out. We have sunset at about 8 o'clock at the moment in New Zealand, 8:15, and the the bowls has been finished by 5 most days, so you can walk up and have a long time studying the head and still be okay.
And we've got a very competent marker there, Pauline Seaton. She just goes in, had a chat to her. I said, when they go down a lot, it's quite handy if you want to use the lollipops to give us an idea. Now, Seaton, you notice when he was standing there, right above the jack looking, and then he cast his eyes back, just reaffirming what the situation is behind the jack. So he knows that he's got a bowl there, so that if he can take that
going
shot
for them
out,
both. Oh, what an effort.
Yeah.
Half a bowl narrower. All the pinks were gone, John. That's a statement of intent if ever I saw one.
Yep.
Wow.
Now, Takarua still has one bowl remaining down there on the mat.
He's pretty good at this finger measuring business, Aidan. He's got
Yes.
a good pair of eyes. Well, good eyes. A good pair of eyes would suggest he has 4 of them. Sort of. It's too early in the morning. I've only had one coffee.
That's right.
Anyway, he's made his decision. I think it's just a draw on the forehand.
But a perfect draw on the forehand could net him 2. So not much different to what his last one was. Notice he's left the mat down there, and so they're playing with 2 mats.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe it's just the standard for this international play. We've commented on it in the last 2 days of broadcast that players seem to just be leaving a mat down each end, which isn't common in New Zealand. And let's see what the story is. Both stalking around the head.
Yeah, he spent a long time finger measuring. He wasn't convinced.
It's a very nice box measure there.
Yeah, yeah.
I quite like those ones.
No chance of them. A more solid platform, aren't they?
That would indicate Lee thinks he's got one.
Yeah, I think so.
What an exciting start to this game.
Yeah.
You know, we've billed it as a trans-Tasman clash because I couldn't think of a third T word.
We have an umpire's measure first up. That's pretty good.
On the first end. Just see if we can watch a replay of Lee Schreiner's bowl. He played a drive shot. He was trying to get rid of both of Aidan's pink bowls and was just a smidgen wide on his forehand. Look at this.
Yeah.
An eighth of a bowl narrower, John, and everything was gone.
So 1 to Schreiner.
So, short end seemed to be the call so far.
So these 2 are in section 3, and they've played 4 and won 4 each. They're also there with Canada. The Canadian has won 3 and dropped 1, and then Spain and Norfolk Island have a 50-50 record. So the other unbeaten teams in the men's are India and England. And in the women, Niue is unbeaten in section 1. And then there's India and Australia, both unbeaten in section 2, and they're playing right now. And in section 3, it's the USA and England. I don't think they play until the last round.
Some big matchups
Yeah.
going on. Aidan leading off on the backhand, opposite to Lee Schreiner. Oh, look at that. What a start.
2 great bowls.
Oh.
You can pick up a little bit of wind noise in our microphone, but honestly, and you see that bush sort of moving around a wee bit, but ground level it's very, very still indeed.
Yeah, it's lovely weather for playing bowls. In the morning, usually in New Zealand is, it's not too bad, is it? It's still, the wind gets up after game 1 usually.
Takarua checking. He's got the bias right. That's habit.
He'll do that every time.
Yeah.
He's played a lot on these greens here at Browns Bay. He was domiciled in Invercargill now, but grew up in Auckland, and that's 2 exceptional bowls from Aiden Takarua. Look at that. And will we see aggression from Lee Schreiner?
Can I have a look at that, please?
So Lee asking to come and have a look at the head because it's an exceptional circumstance, and that is that Aiden's essentially drawn a front toucher and a back toucher here, John. So just trying to understand what will happen in collision. You can see there the jack just hidden behind that front pink bowl.
He's got a sense of humour.
Now, in the traditional game, you just go for a kill and replay the end. This World Champion of Champions singles, John, if it's killed, it goes on the 2 metre mark, doesn't it?
Yep. And I mean, if he goes this, you might see all 4 bowls disappear and no one's got an advantage.
Just restart.
Takarua just keeps himself relaxed by chatting to his good mate and coach, Tom Tairoa. You'd be saying, watching from afar, you might be saying, well, that guy's his coach. He doesn't look as though he's any older than him, and he isn't. A very good bowler himself.
Opting for reaching weight, needs it square. Lovely effort from Lee Schreiner. Decisions here
Yes.
for Aiden, because you don't want to make the target any bigger. 2's very good fishing.
So looking for the 2 metre maybe, just in case.
Very smooth delivery. Just going nice and deep. See there from the player's point of view. That's a lovely bowl just to the 2 metre mark.
That's just about on the 2 metre, isn't it? Just shy of it. That'll certainly give him the shot if Schreiner kills this. And you would imagine that he'll play the same sort of shot.
Yeah, they're wide rinks here, so he'll be hoping that the jack stays in bounds if he can just get that front bowl square, John.
Got a bit wider this time.
That was beautiful speed for it.
Yeah.
And
Now he's ended up with possibly the better shot at the on the 2 metre. Kept on going, looked to be heading towards the centre line.
so this is a bonus bowl opportunity here, John. Lee's played all 4, I think. And
Yeah.
Aiden looking to score a 3 on the second end.
Yep. That's really good correction, isn't it? Gosh. That's 3 outstanding bowls.
That's as good a
Gee.
bowl as you'll see.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful.
Good shot of the Taylor logo there, and he has the 3, so that's a fantastic second end there by Aiden Takarua.
A little bit of conversation between the 2 players.
Yeah, and I noticed that too in the trial ends. They were chatting away to each other.
There'll be plenty of mutual respect there.
Yeah.
Long end immediately, John, after we saw Lee throw 2 short jacks when he was leading off. We've seen Aiden go straight to the 2 metre mark.
Well, he had a good warm-up with his 3rd bowl on that end, didn't he? So just from a men's point of view, the champion of champion Australians have won 5 or 6 of them, with Schreiner winning this, of course, in 2019, which has been mentioned. Aaron Tays in 2017. Scott Thorburn the year before that. That was at Helensvale. And then one of the greats of world bowls, Aaron Sheriff, in 2010. Brett Wilkie, gosh, a member of outstanding teams over the years. Leif Selby. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times they've won it.
The year Lee won this event, John, I think it was perhaps live streamed on the Bowls Australia page. He played a bowler winner that's one of the best bowls we've ever seen under pressure. Just unbelievable sort of shot that sticks with you just as a spectator. I can't imagine what it's like to have actually played the bowl.
Or to have been on the receiving end of it.
Yeah. A bit upsetting. So correction to be made for Lee here. He was a bit narrow with his first one. That's a very nice correction. Pulled up nicely, so he will be holding the shot.
Yeah, the low one.
This level, it's the players are able to use the markers, John, because all the markers, of course, are very experienced, aren't they? They'll all be umpires as well.
Yeah. Now you'll see probably Aidan break into a bit of a jog as he wants to get there before the bowl stops. Oh no, not today. Oh yes,
Oh, there
there
we go.
it goes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Holding.
Indicating that Lee is holding the shot. So rinse and repeat for Lee Schreiner here on his forehand. Must have one of the best singles records of anyone in the world, Lee Schreiner. The Golden Nugget, which is a huge and well-known singles event in Australia, John, that's been running for about 40 years. I believe he went back-to-back, may have even done a three-peat the last 2 or 3 years in a row. And that's a field that they bring together the best players in Australasia to contest in a.
Yeah, you've got to be a champion to get in there for a start.
Already, yeah. To be selected is impressive.
Yeah.
To win it more than once and in a row is more so. And a good bowl there from Lee. Holding 2 now. So Aidan has had perfect green the last 2 bowls. Just drifted through that smidgen.
Yeah, just looking to sit that shot bowl. So it does look as though Schreiner is holding 2.
Aiden's closest bowl, please.
Just asking which bowl is the closest bowl of Aiden's.
Thank you.
All that information going into the computer, John.
Yes. Giving him a clear picture.
So he knows he just has to beat that one to score 3 shots here,
Yeah.
Lee Schreiner.
He's done it perfectly, hasn't he? Just a wee touch there will be good enough. And yes, that's a well played, brilliant stuff from Lee Schreiner. Drops a 3, collects a 3.
We've blinked and we're on end 4 here. The standard very high. Kick the bowls back. So Lee dropped a 3 with a short end that he delivered.
Yeah.
Picked up a 3 with the long end that Aidan delivered.
That's right.
What does that mean for where this jack is going to go?
Well, that's, funnily enough, we're just looking at when Aidan put the jack down. I thought, you've just picked up and drawn beautifully with that short end and you've gone long. So Schreiner says, okay, I might have the edge here on the long end. So down it goes.
A lot of interesting dynamics to this game, John. Whenever Trans-Tasman stuff anyway, it has a special meaning to Australians and New Zealanders as we see this beautiful first bowl from Lee Schreiner. But also, realistically speaking, Lee and Aiden have done enough that unless a calamity happens, they're probably going to find themselves in the hunt for post-section.
Yes.
So it must be, it was going to see an attack here with the first bowl. Psychologically, what I was going to say, John, is they must be thinking, well, we might meet each other again. You know, this is just section play. We may be playing, find ourselves in a semi-final or a quarter-final in just 2 or 3 days. Try and work out how each other play. I doubt they've played each other before.
Good placement there.
Yeah.
Gets the drive out of his system with the first.
Backs himself with the next 3 if he was to miss, which he did. Look at this for a switch back. Well played, bowl. Aiden Takadua. Snicked the jack right back to very near the ditch.
One up.
That's what Lee sees. What do you think, John? Backhand to the left of your screen?
Well, it's the target there is. I just need to beat Aiden's, and it's a 1.5 metre. He's already got the shot.
Thinks he's overplayed it. Just wait for the ball to come onto screen here. He knew he'd overplayed that too. The moment he let it go.
Yeah.
Half short to stop bowl, please.
1.5 feet.
1.5 feet. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Massive feet.
I mean, what I like is now take a shot of where the 2 metre mark is, Alex, and yeah. So you see, it's about midway, isn't it? So. Say about 1 metre. So, as I mentioned earlier, saw Aidan Takarua drawing to the ditch, and he drew it superbly. So he had a practice at that anyway, and it's all part of the preparation. I might have to draw to the ditch at some stage, as he wanted to then.
Correction time for Lee. We'll watch it from the player's point of view, I think, so get an idea of the track they have to take. So you see there very wide rinks.
I think he likes this. He stopped in his tracks, jack into the ditch. Is he going to carry it? Not quite. Oof, frustrated.
It was a great effort from Lee Schreiner. No more than a foot overweight. And Aiden now having an investigation of the head.
Yeah, so he'll look and say, work out, has he got the 2 metre mark? I'm not sure that he has. He might look at going forehand onto the shot bowl. No, he hasn't got the 2 metre mark. Covered. That is the closest bowl to that chalk intersection, which is the 2 metre mark. And if the end was to be killed, which is difficult from there when you've got the jack so close to the... Takarua was short with his first. So that jack looks to be about a couple of metres shy of...
Aiden's reaction there tells you everything you need to know. He's walked away in disgust.
He's put it long. Really scratchy after some really brilliant ends. We've now got the closest bowl not even within 1 metre, and that belongs to, I think it's Schreiner holding shot. Very comfortable with this forehand side. He's made a nice adjustment too, and that just comes in a matter of a couple of feet past the jack. So it's certainly Schreiner of Australia holding one. The score of 5-4 to New Zealand. We've had 2 threes, a 2 and a single scored over the first 4 ends. So Takarua, 2 really loose bowls from him. Here we go. You can't see his second bowl, which is way down past the 2 metre mark. This is a very good correction, although his greens let him down a bit.
Yeah.
So he's still 2 up for Schreiner.
After that shot, that beautiful shot to get a 2, John, he's played a forgettable end here, Aiden Takarua. We appear to have control of the cameras back again, so we can stop the radio commentary. On the forehand, Lee Schreiner.
Just brings it inside Takarua's bowl. Oh, this is extra. This is tit for tat, isn't it? As we saw Schreiner score a single on the first, and then he dropped a 3, and then he picked up a 3, and then he dropped a 2. And so the way we've been going, it's Schreiner scoring going in this direction and Takarua in the other.
Got 1 bowl to salvage this end. Aiden Takarua on the forehand.
It's only his line with that last one. Doesn't want to be dropping another 3.
No, particularly after playing such a good bowl for the 2.
This looks a bit weighted, isn't it? Might take 1 out. No,
Oh,
he
dear.
doesn't. No, that's a scratchy head there for the New Zealand champion. You can only see 3 of them. The fourth of them is out of shot. Here we go. Capitalise, and you expect Schreiner to do just that. Oh, might be lucky here.
Oh,
Maybe not.
well, it might be enough. It might be enough. The New Zealander
Certainly.
in me wants it to not be 4. Wait and see.
There's also these 2 back ones here. You would imagine that the one closer to the centre line takes it. What's he said? 2.
2. Well,
2,
that's much
yeah,
better than
yeah.
4. And we may have another go. See if we can get that replay of Aiden's bowl that he played on the previous end for 2, cannoning Lee's bowl into the ditch. As we put the 2 on the scoreboard for Lee. Look at this. That bowl at the bottom of your screen, he got it absolutely square. Happy days.
Put both those bowls in the ditch and the jack, and he ended up with 2 shots out of that. So the thing that impressed me most was that weight. He didn't go screaming at it, did he? So 6-5 to Lee Schreiner, and we're playing the 6th end, 6th of 7 ends in this first set.
Time absolutely zipping past in this match. Handy first bowl there. So this is the direction where Aiden's really been finding his touch, isn't it, John? So he'll be hoping that he can score another multiple. Good bowl.
Similar line coming in. They're enjoying coming on this hand. Interesting, you know, on the first day we saw players really struggling using that hand, that side of the rink, I mean.
My ball in relation, please.
Half a bowl short of that level?
there has been 2 days of play here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and we're changing the direction of play every day. In theory, that should only improve the green, really, John, because it's nice, evenly worn and well looked after. They water them almost immediately after play's finished, don't they? Make sure that they stay that nice green. Willing it down.
Yeah, just looking to reach Schreiner's, or in fact, as it turns out, just go past there. Just won the difference on the score.
Decisions here. At least thinking, is Aiden's bowl low enough that I could get unlucky if I clunk into it? Am I better to play the forehand to trail the jack back?
I was wondering forehand, you know, even coming under slightly to sit that shot bowl out. You've got 3. Just that's where he's going.
Trying to
forehand.
Find the percentages.
So movement of the jack is to his advantage, of course. If he's slightly narrow, he sits that pink bowl.
It's essentially a perfect bowl there from Lee Schreiner.
Great bowl.
Lovely weight. It's his weight control for me. Just so enjoyable to watch. Aiden 2 down here. His short bowl probably 1.5 feet short of the jack at 11 o'clock. Just saw him. Just check with Thomas. Okay, if I just hit
He
something.
might go this, is he? No?
Yeah.
Better wait.
On the backhand.
Jack.
Look at this!
clean.
Look at this!
Yeah.
Oh, lovely bowl from Aiden Takarua. Jack in the ditch. 1/8 of a jack narrower, and it would have gone square, but he'll be pleased with that, John. It's that New Zealand style of play, a bit more aggressive than what we've seen.
Some of the Northern Hemisphere players will be looking at that and say, okay, so that's either you, as we've said, draw or drive, pretty much.
Oh, sorry.
Just waiting for the to know where the jack know
Yeah.
where the jack is.
Yeah.
I suppose it's helpful.
When he looks at that, he'll think, I've got quite a bit of room, except that the majority of the bowls are in his backhand line probably, so he'll play forehand.
I think the marker there, John, was just being patriotic. I won't tell you where the jack is.
Yeah.
It's from the player's point of view, so that white marker by the Toblerone to the right is where Lee's looking to draw to, asking it to hold. It's going to... When's
One
it going
more
to stop?
roll
Is it going to
and
stop?
It is the perfect bowl.
Oh, what a bowl.
Yeah, that's great.
That's exceptional stuff, and if Aiden can find a way to get rid of that, he absolutely will.
Well done, greenkeeper too, by the way, because often you'll find when it gets to about that close to the edge, the bowl will not stop. Might have another go at this, will he?
Just that controlled weight.
Yeah. Right. Oh. Yeah. So great bowl there from Lee Schreiner when he was at least 1 down, and he saves that. So the 6th end produces a 2-shot advantage now for Australia's national champion Lee Schreiner. He leads by 7-5.
A lovely bowl. Great game. 2 the difference, so 2 required for Aiden Takarua to draw the set, 3 for the win. And where's the jack going? Oh, that was with a bit of a dump. I wonder if that was on purpose. Sometimes you do, to slow the jack down. If it's on a quick green, you go, I'll just dump it a little bit. Other time to dump the jack, John, as if it's raining. Because if your green's puddling and you're trying to deliver the jack smoothly, it often falls short because you're trying to go through the water, so you sometimes have to lob it a little bit.
To bounce it along. Dumping the jack doesn't do quite as much damage.
No, not quite.
So the sequence has been broken here. We've seen for the first time one bowler win successive ends, and we're on to the last end of this first set. Schreiner up by 7-5. Coming this way previously was something of a disastrous end for the New Zealander. It was lucky to only drop a 2.
The standards of these people are incredible, John, because Lee's played a bowl there that's maybe 3.5 feet away from the jack, to which most bowlers would go, yeah, it's a good start, I've got 3 more bowls. And Lee was disgusted with himself.
Wasn't he? I was just going to comment the same, just in the little box we had there. Schreiner just dropped his head as if to say, how on earth could I be so wayward? He'd be quite happy, though, that it's still the shot. Well, that might travel on into the ditch.
Oh,
Did it? Not
hang
quite.
on.
Hang on, okay.
Hang in there. Correction time.
We certainly brought his green up a little bit. Weight the same. Oh, and again, there you see, he's just not happy at all.
Just thinking, what have I done?
Yeah. Why did I put the jack there?
It's probably more that he played exactly the same bowl twice, John,
yeah.
so there's no correction there. Aiden he switched to the backhand here, isn't he? Because it was the forehand when he dropped the 3, so he's thinking, well, maybe I'll play the backhand coming in this direction. It might be easier to pick. It's down to the weight. Needs it to pull up any time. Sit down. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
I think Lee Schreiner will be quite relieved about that. This quality of bowls, he would have expected to be at least 1 down after his first 2 bowls.
And his decision now, again, is forehand or backhand, John, because if he plays his backhand side, there's a better percentage chance of the head improving. The forehand, he could move the jack towards Aiden's bowl.
And also, I think, you know, I thought he'd brought his line in slightly on his second bowl and it stayed there, so there's that little bit of doubt in his mind about what's happening out there. Even more doubt now.
Interesting. They're all just that few feet away, so it's the last here. Aiden needs to score a 2, so this is the bowl here that needs to be counting. Smooth out of the hand.
Young man, he's been an outstanding bowler since he first took up the sport.
He's one of those that's grown up on a bowling green, John.
Yeah. Oh, again, look at this.
Needs it to dive. Good bowl. That's handy. There's chances now for Aiden Takadua to score more than 1 shot. And Lee's still holding on there as indicated by the marker. You think's been thought about here, John? It's interesting that every bowl's past the head, isn't it? There's nothing short.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable, really. It's not as if this is the first end that they've played in this direction or in this length. I think they've had at least one other that was long, maximum lengths. You see where the mat is.
Look at this walk back. Such a long. I've always felt it's a long walk back to the mat once you've looked at the head.
It's not so bad if you've made up your mind, definitely, when you've been down there. But if you're wandering back thinking,
These
not
doubts
too sure, yeah,
swirling around.
A long time for the doubts to come in. Also a long time for you to change your mind.
Right, so we're going to see Lee on his forehand side. He's had a look at the head. He's trying to prevent a 2 down.
So look for a narrower line. He just needs to, well, no, he doesn't need to be narrower. He just needs to be perfect weight.
Even short is good.
Yeah.
This is close here.
Yeah, that's better.
Happy with that. You know, that's another counting bowl. He's holding 2 shots now.
So the situation now is that there's no use Aiden just drawing the shot. He has to get 2 out of this. The only way he can get it is those 2 bowls in the centre, the 2 pink bowls, them coming into play, or one of them at least coming into play.
It's almost on his forehand, which is to the left of your screen.
Are they the two back bowls? Are they the closest to? They're not the 2 metre, but no, well away from the 2 metre. Here we go.
Needs it square. Oh, just half a bowl
No,
wide.
It was 2.
Lovely effort, but that first set, John, is going to go to the Australian player, the Australian champion, Lee Schreiner, potentially with a 3 there. 2. So the score on that first set, 9 shots to 5. Lee Schreiner takes the first set of 2. A fascinating little 7-end game there, John.
And new match starts now. 9-5. Schreiner draws first blood between these Trans-Tasman champions. Schreiner, the Australian champion, previous winner of this World Singles Champion of Champions event. And Aidan Takarua.
For the alliteration alone, I do wish we could think of a third word, a T word, Trans-Tasman something.
Yeah.
That I could, all I could think
Tyros.
of. Yeah,
No,
I
that
thought
is
champions or clash, but neither of
No,
those words go with
Trans-Tasman
something.
Titans.
Titans, oh that works, yeah, good call. That's the closest we've got, John.
Suddenly ping, ping, ping on your phone, Alex.
Lee on the back end. We've spoken a bit about what the difference a set makes. Max, the cameraman's just suggested a Trans-Tasman takedown. That's not horrible. Probably better sticking to the camera work, but nice to have the contribution.
Yes.
The second set, John, was what I was talking about, and the psychological difference it seems to make to players when you have a bit of momentum and then suddenly you're on the second set and it's just like you're starting from scratch. Measure.
Oh gosh, yeah, from our camera we would have thought that was definitely the shot, so it just shows how difficult it is to spot. That's when you need to bring your drone in, Alex. Just
Yeah.
hover above it.
Oh, apparently Sue Wade's got one going for free.
Yeah.
He knew immediately that that's just on a slightly high line, although his weight's very good, so it may trickle back.
Look at him. How, well, I misjudged that.
Oh, he was, to be fair, he's 6 inches wide.
Yeah. Nice position though for Takarua. Well, that looks to be tight.
He's,
from his previous line.
if he's added a bit of weight, he's okay, because it'll clunk on to his
Own and push the
own
jack
bowl.
back. No.
No.
Lee will stay on the back end.
Adjusting his world bowls cap. Now, Takarua might be quite happy with where his last bowl went. If this didn't quite reach that jack, might have pulled it across to where he was. So still a measure. Change of hands here for the New Zealander.
We're not sure who's holding the shot.
No, neither of them's gone down. They've taken the
He may follow
marker's
this
word
bowl.
as a measure. Is he looking? Oh, yeah, well.
Close here, Aidan Takarua. Inside out off the both of Lee's bowls. Needs it to. Oh, wow.
Gee. Great shot.
He would have been hoping that would turn just an inch more, John. We'll fold both Lee's bowls out, sit there for a couple. But he may have done enough for the shot, I think, John. Folding the bowl that was in the measure out. What are your thoughts?
We'll see what Lee is looking at here is 3 green bowls and 1 pink, isn't he? He'll have had a look to see whether he's got it or not. That'll be interesting to know.
Yeah, if he's down, we know he's got lovely weight control, Lee Schreiner. He could still play the backhand with maybe a metre of weight. Doesn't really matter which side of that pink you hit. It should spring back in the 5 o'clock direction. If you get it at the right angle, Aiden's bowl would roll away. He could be holding 3 in about 25 to 30 seconds.
Yep.
Or he may be looking to chip it off clean based on this.
That looks, yeah, that's a different sort of setup for him.
Chip it off clean would be just as exciting. I think that's the decision here, John. Big speed.
This is good singles stuff, isn't it? Yeah, missing. Oh, so he's definitely allowed Takarua to gain one shot here. And I don't think Aiden will be playing the backhand. I think he'll look at that forehand. But he's drawn the shot with the backhand.
Lee just playing the bowl. He's almost indicating, he's like, oh, maybe I pulled it across on the forehand a little bit. I quite like that shot selection. You know, we've got both of these players have such a full range of shots available to them. You know, you give them a rock, they can
play
draw it.
backhand and just draw it dead. I think that cloth of Lee's has been around a while.
Tend to agree. Bonus bowl time for Aiden Takarua.
Well, inside that green one will do it for him.
Sit it.
No, no. One it is. And that was the first end of the second set. It seemed to take forever. So 1 to the New Zealander. These 2 unbeaten players. As I mentioned, there's only 9 unbeaten players at the end of day 2. And in the women, it was Niue, India and Australia who are playing right now. And United States and England. And in the men, India and England, and these 2 teams here.
If you have found this broadcast this morning on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, thank you very much for finding us. If you want to stay in touch with the broadcasts for the rest of the week, and we have a finals day that's going to be broadcast for free as well as tomorrow, please subscribe to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. You can watch 3 games tomorrow and 4 games on finals day. We'll do the men's quarter-final, the women's quarter-final, and then the women's final and the men's final. Very much looking forward to that. And great to have you with us at 9 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand. So I think it's 7 in the morning in Australia, depending on which part of Australia you're talking, because they're a massive country and have divvied themselves all up with the time zones.
Apart from Queensland, I think.
Yeah, I've got it.
They don't go.
I tried
saving, I don't think, do they?
I tried to work it out, and I got
did you?
immediately confused and said, "Well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand." And,
sort it out yourself.
You can Google it.
So the other nations that we will be showing today are Wales, South Africa, Japan, and Singapore. There'll be players who will be featuring in our live coverage later today, as we see Takarua drawing a shot.
He's done enough.
He had a bad time coming this way, and it's interesting. The jack is on the 2 metre, but the mat's come out a bit further than what it was when he struggled going this way the previous end. And you see that tighter line that Schreiner's gone for.
That's such a nice bowl.
Yes, it is. Because last time coming this way, he had 2 that just hung out there. So that's the old the experience of these players, just remembering.
Because this bowl of Lee's low, Aiden can use it because it's a low of the jack, so the target's psychologically, well, actually, it's in reality, it's a bigger target, right? He just needs to get down onto the bowl or the jack with reaching weight. He's in the area here, John. He's in the area. Needs it to turn. Oh, what a mighty effort. And still there for Aiden. But now it's his bowl that's low.
But usable.
Yeah.
So Schreiner, what does he do? Just puts another one down there.
Yeah, it's about changing the shot, I think. You don't want to leave the same shot on for Aiden, so if Lee could draw a front toucher or just stop in that gap on the inside of Aiden's pink bowl, he's going to change what Aiden would have to play.
Here he goes, inside of Aiden's bowl, and he'll flick it out.
Something like this, John.
Yep.
Literally perfect.
Yeah. So it certainly does make life a bit more difficult for Aiden Takarua.
Well,
so he might look at inside of the centre pink bowl, you know.
If Lee's holding two, Aiden could legitimately look at just smacking the bowl that sits at 11 o'clock of Lee's. You can get rid of both of them. If he's narrow, all three bowls could go, and Aiden's got third and fourth. May look to be very aggressive here, or based on that, I'm not sure. We'll just wait and see. I think hit.
We'll need to hit something. Oh, just a fine line. That was a bowl width. So a couple of shots here. Schreiner is holding.
Aiden's focus bowl on this side in relation to Jack, please.
Lee just trying to find where the best three is.
So with that information, he knows the picture. Oh no, he's not too clear on it. There's a slightly fuzzy outline.
He'll find the picture.
Go down and have a look.
He'll find the picture out soon. I quite like this. You know, the players have so much time. There's no time limit. And it's only 2 sets of 7 ends, John. So the day's got hours left in it when they're finished. I am in support of just taking your time when you are actually playing the bowls and making sure you're having the right decisions. So he's just trying to figure out where can I put a third shot that isn't dangerous. Aiden's played all 4 of his, so it's literally just finding the best bonus bowl. We'll possibly consider playing the backhand instead of, doesn't want to be wide and lift Aiden's pink bowl at 9 o'clock up and over to go from 2 up to 1 up, I think is the concern.
Yep, that looks a good option. Coming down the backhand, but no, he's decided that's the value of going down and having a look at it. You'd have to be very unlucky to nick Takarua's bowl in. Coming in nicely.
Yeah, this is lovely effort here from Lee.
Inside that'll give him the shot. Oh, and that might be enough. Well, we'll see.
Don't think he's made it in for 3, but it was well played. Ensured that he missed on that slightly narrower side. Two conceded immediately by Aiden Takadua.
Yeah, so close. They're going to measure. Two it is. That was a very good last shot by Schreiner. So he goes into the lead and 2-1. Coming up to the third end of this match between the Australian and New Zealand champions.
We've just ticked over 1,000 people tuning in to watch this on our Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, so thank you for tuning in. A reminder that we are broadcasting live for the rest of the day, all of tomorrow, John, and then 4 games on finals day on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and Sky Sport New Zealand. Lovely check length there.
Of course, with it being a Thursday, a lot of clubs are holding galas and so on.
Is it Thursday today?
Yeah, apparently so. So a lot of bowlers are out there, and they flick in later on to have a look. But we know we've got good audience in Australia watching one of their favourite players, Lee Schreiner, in action. He's got a big following.
Oh, he's just one of those, and Aiden is getting that reputation as well. But there are bowlers that when you see them in a draw, you think, oh, if I'm around, I'll make sure I just go and sit and watch that game.
Yeah.
Because you know that something special could absolutely happen. They just have that little bit of magic. Aiden on the back end. Both of these players too have a background in what we call indoor bowls in New Zealand, John. So Aiden's won a number of Auckland titles, and when we say indoor bowls in New Zealand, we are talking about what you call indoor bias bowls in Australia and carpet bowls in the UK and Scotland. They are small bowls. They are 3 7/8 of an inch, whatever.
Yep.
Size is what we play with on a 24-foot long mat in New Zealand and 30 feet in Australia and the UK. And both Lee and Aiden have had a lot of success in those codes, as we see that shot there. And what that really means, or what you could argue, is that when you see some of the spectacular snooker shots that are often played by both of them, the indoor bowls, because it's an easier game to put your ball where you want it to go, often you learn how to see those plants and whatnot. So we see Aiden on the back end.
Jack's moved quite a bit off the centre line and back off the 2 metre mark where it was. So a finer line needed. Inside that would be a good line for him.
That was nearly amazing.
Yeah. Good read. His first ball was wide. Now Schreiner sussing it out. Just holding that 2-1 advantage, but this is only N3. This is one of those fascinating matches.
It feels like Aiden's half an end behind, I think. You know, with the scoring power, he lost that first game. Not really 9-5. He was sort of, I think he lost it by about 2 really, and he played that last shot. But a fascinating matchup, as you say, John. And Lee just maybe slightly, if you did the win percentage thing, I would give Lee maybe he's probably on 65%.
Yes. Predicting.
Or the worm. Well, that's for politics, isn't it? The worm.
Or politicians. Politics. Nicely.
How low is my ball to Jack, please?
So Aiden had perfect green with his previous bowl and just needs to add the smallest amount of weight to draw the shot. Tighter line. Much tighter line. He was disappointed with that bowl. You can see as that bowl goes off screen, he actually corrected his weight very nicely there, John. It was just the green. Just feels like an end that's an important one to win for Aiden Takaroa.
Not sure what something seems to be upsetting Lee. I know now he's just taking his green, but I don't think he'd be worried about movement down there, is he? Or,
hard to tell. I'd never
Yeah.
look that far up the green, so it doesn't bother me. But
No.
all the time in the world here.
Yeah. He just needs to take off about a metre. He's taken off a bit more than that, or quite a bit more than that.
Could see the moment he let it go, he just thought,
Yep.
ugh.
The same with the previous one from Takaroa. He knew that his line was awry. He's just wanting to come in between his pink bowl and the Australian's bowl to the right.
On the back end, Aiden Takaroa making sure he's taking his green this time, which he has done. If he's got the weight, John, it's perfect.
Perfect. Oh, and a little bit of help. That's good.
Oh, lovely bowl, and the crowd goes wild here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Single there, one blue lollipop, held up by our marker today, Pauline Seaton. And this intriguing match is now level at 2-all, having gone, the first set having gone to the Australian by 9-5. So this time the jack goes down almost to the 2 metre again, and where's the mat? He's oh, okay, so they're quite content to play similar length, both these players. Takarua has opted to play his backhand. Okay, so he's had a bit of difficulty coming this direction.
Trans-Tasman tussle.
Yeah.
I've had like 5 people. How to not think of tussle, John?
Well, we're not very smart.
No. Oh well, it's becoming more. It's becoming more clear. Goodness gracious me!
Remembering this green on this hand, this direction, trainer just pops one in there. Nice close-ish bowl opening up.
It's interesting that Aiden's struggling. Well, it's interesting that he's playing his worst bowls coming in this direction, because, as you say, that there doesn't appear to be any wind here this morning. Must just be that slight difference.
Happier with this?
Good bowl. That's a really good correction there from Aiden Takarua.
Schreiner changes to the same side.
Well, it's looking interesting. It's when it's going to cut that's the question, John.
Last ball in relation, please. Get level. And my ball, how far off is it?
Great communication.
Yeah. You sort of like to know, I don't know about you, do you think that you want jack level, so front edge of the jack lining up with front edge of the bowl, is that what you'd say is jack level? So front edge of the jack and half the bowl is in front of that. That's, you know, that, and when you look at it there you think, oh, that looks like it's half a jack.
So that bowl there of Aiden's, if it doesn't sit down, is half a bowl jack high.
Yeah.
Is what we would say in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in every other country, jack high means jack level.
Yeah.
And
my bowl out here is that. What's that in relation to jack? Level.
It's quite testing for.
I wouldn't.
Marker,
I'd be like, how about you come and have a look?
Yeah,
Check for yourself.
But they've got faith in the umpire and the marker, and they've asked some good curly questions, haven't they? They've demanded.
We're going to see aggression
here,
John,
accuracy.
or are we going to
say so?
Yeah.
He can get both those.
Oh, that actually tracked out against the bias. Interesting. So yeah, they both do go, John. If you look at that, and it's actually possible to get them both without any jack movement if you were just to get Aiden's pink pole. But even with the jack, the 2 metre respot, big chances for Lee Schreiner, and we know he's going to go again. So it'll be interesting to see what Aiden opts to play. Yeah, does he draw to the 2 metre mark to try and cover that, or does he try and draw a front toucher and change the shot? I'm not sure. We'll wait and see.
Neither of his bowls are touches, are they?
No.
I don't think so. No. So Schreiner has the closest to the 2 metre. If Aidan can sit that bowl back, then he would have the closest shot to the 2 metre.
Yes.
And that's what he's planning to do, and that's what he in fact does.
Go.
Oh, no.
Don't sit back down.
Sat back. So Schrader now knows that he's got the 2 metre mark covered.
My question would be, is it 1 or 2? It's 1 pink, isn't it? If it's 1 to Aidan, you actually can't draw. Lee would have to draw on his forehand, and he's probably still going to drop 1 shot. So it's actually dangerous to draw. I think if he's back in his drive, John, to be within a foot, we'll just see him go it again. Because you're not going to be worse than 1 down.
No. So that's an indication that Takarua is holding 2.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. I just really wasn't.
I think that's what it is. That's what prompted Lee to have a crack with his previous bowl. Now, that's a compact little head there. He's taken a long time down on his haunches, and as he does when he's going to play with weight, he goes down, bounces up. He missed with his first effort, just pops the cap back slightly, doesn't want the peak in his vision. Goes it. And smacks them. And, oh, gee. Well, you know, fractions of an inch involved in that.
Such a great effort. And we'll watch a replay of that as soon as we can, because he was within half a bowl.
Yeah.
A little bit, well, not unlucky, but unfortunate if you're watching Collision. The bowl he hit, because he got the right side of it, actually went up the green and removed the bowl of Lee's.
Yes.
That was supposed to be the shot when the dust settled, John. So 1 to Aidan Takarua.
We've got 3 ends left in this second set. This first set went to Lee Schreiner of Australia. It's a round, what have we had, 3, 6, round 7 match.
Yeah, lots of matches.
Yeah.
I've lost count.
But the most anyone's played is 5. And that's in the men's section. 4 teams have played 5, of course, wouldn't be 3. Malaysia, Cook Islands, Hong Kong, China and Turkey have all played 5 matches. But there have been buys naturally. Good starter there from Takarua. You can see by the delivery how slick these greens are. You sense that Schreiner, he's almost just letting it fall out of his hands, and that's not the case at all. It's needing something. We said we timed it at about 17.5 seconds earlier this morning. So Takarua just likes to know how far short his opponent's bowl is, so that he then knows whether there's a chance of him knocking it up. He had played a couple of narrow shots coming in this direction last time. With that weight, he is in danger of knocking it up, and he has done.
Yeah, but a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Still holding on to the shot. Decisions. I think the backhand's the call here. But he's, no, on the forehand side. Oh, that's just as good.
So Takarua, in the background there, you noticed that he was just berating himself, having played a narrow bowl, and he'd played those couple of narrow bowls in this direction last time. Square onto this, and that'll probably give him the shot. Yep, so you would say, let's see, a blue, oh no, looks like a blue went up. So he still holds the shot, Takarua. Just waiting for that match next door, Norfolk Island and Malta. With Malta leading 7-4 after 6 ends. Maybe
tuck the jack around a wee bit or just draw it dead. Get into a defensive situation.
Handy
That's
bowl.
cool. Yeah, that is good.
What was that? What was
Bottom left.
Yep.
Decisions again for Lee Schreiner. May opt to play the backhand through Aiden's pink bowl with just 3 or 4 feet of weight. If you go in off the inside of that, you're tracking the jack back to the green bowl of Lee's, John, that sits at 8 o'clock.
Or he might come up and have a look.
Yeah, a big chance.
Oh, here we go. So that is the option. The shot bowl looks to be almost jack level. He knows he's got second and third shots.
I think it's going to potentially hold a tiny amount. That's half a bowl wide.
Yeah. Jammed it up a bit for that shot next time. And you think Takarua will play a similar shot that he played last time, coming forehand. He would, as we know that Schreiner has got second and third shots. Schreiner has one to play. Take that third shot out of play. Oh no, so here's an opportunity, although his previous bowl probably has made it more difficult for him. For Lee Schreiner.
It's a lonely bowl, that pink one.
Yeah.
He may opt, we've seen him be quite happy to go to the drive.
Yeah.
If he's got third shot, which was indicated that he did, wasn't it, that third shot?
Yep.
If he's got third shot, it may just be more worthwhile just to drive that pink bowl off for 2.
Yep.
If you miss wide on your backhand, there's chances of a bit of good fortune. Be interesting to see what weight.
He might decide to go forehand onto that and take the pink off.
Yeah. Find out very shortly.
Does go forehand, look to cut under and take that shot, and that's a great track from Lee Schreiner. He might just get a rebound. Oh, gee. He's looking. How did you miss that, Lee? Those bowls just won't do what you want them to sometimes. Hey, I think that's another replay because you could see the options there for him. One was to take out that pink shot as he undercut his second shot nicely. He was slightly narrow for that, so then there's the other bowls that would come into play, and he would have missed the jack by, looked to be about 4 1/4 centimetres. Here we go. Bang, bang, and if that had taken it, he was up 3.
He had every chance.
Or 2
there.
anyway, yeah, 2. So it was a single though to Aiden Takarua in this second set. He scored on the last 3 ends, and he'll be relieved about that. This area of the rink is getting a lot of play. Matt looks to be 4 or 5 lengths out. Hard to tell sometimes with Aiden whether he likes it or not, but this looks to be one that he quite likes. What's his weight like though? Is it swinging past?
This direction has been a thorn in his side. Just some looser bowls than he would have liked to have played.
Got to put that loose in context, don't we? You know,
Looser, yeah, like this.
most of us would be thinking, wow, what a great start. I've played a corker.
They've got very high standards.
Yeah.
But like it's the reason they've won what they've won, John, because they're striving for perfection all the time.
consider the players that they've beaten along the way to get here. High quality players, and Takarua had to knock over several New Zealand representatives, champions, past champions. And Schreiner, of course, well, as you mentioned earlier, and I agree with you, when you line up in the Australian singles and you see, oh, I've got Schreiner, that's it, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And but the players that would have been there and played against him, high quality all the way, so steady.
He just plays intelligent bowls too, John, so always giving himself a chance. And I know he missed, well, he didn't get an ideal result with his last bowl on the previous end, but he played it with weight to give himself a chance that even if it wasn't perfect, he had a chance of going inside out onto the jack or removing Aiden's bowl. So it's just smart play as we see Aiden on the backhand. He's 1 down on the head, 2 up on the card.
Well, he'll remember that he was 3-1 up early on in the first set and then dropped to 3, so that's certainly the big change in that game as Takarua looks to make the adjustment.
Still slightly overplayed, but he'll be pleased with how that sits.
Yeah.
Lee now on the forehand.
Taking the hoodie off as the sun appears.
He'll be disappointed with that one.
Well, we won't see much of a change to Aiden Takarua play that same hand. He was not a mile away from just tickling the jack back. If he could move that and tuck it in behind his opponent's bowl, he'd be grinning inwardly at least.
So he's opting for his backhand here. Is he winding up here, John? Maybe going real quick. Aiden Takarua. Lee's bowl's low, so chances here.
There was a hole and he found it.
I don't mind.
Well, he's got 2, if he leaves his own there, he's got the 2 closest to the 2 metre mark, isn't he?
And that's what you see from the player's end. The logic was sound, but he'll be disappointed that he's not quite managed to do it. So we're going to see, you'd expect the 2 here from Lee. So what we should see is last end all square.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a commentator's curse if ever I saw one.
Yeah.
You're welcome, New Zealand.
Whistling a bit.
3-4. End 7, the final end now of this set. If it's drawn, Lee wins. If Lee scores 2 shots, he wins. Otherwise, John, we will go to that 3-end tiebreak that we've seen so many times.
Well, I'd be quite happy with that.
I mean, I could watch another 20 ends of this and be pleased. Very high standard.
So, in a 21 shot match, it's what, 12-9 to Schreiner. And you'd be thinking, oh, that's still on, still anyone's game.
Still
but instead of that, we're
of hours.
at the last end of the second set. It could be all over in a few minutes. The story of that first set was Takarua scored a 3 on the second to be 3-1 up, and then dropped a 3 on the next end. So Schreiner was in ahead 4-3. Takarua scored a 2. He was leading 5-4. Schreiner scored a 2. He was leading 6-5. And then Schreiner finished it off with a single and a 2 to take it 9-5. So it was very much tit for tat in that first set, with each of them favouring one end, scoring on one particular end, one direction. That's a good name for a group, isn't it? One direction.
Someone should think of that.
Yeah, I think so. And now we're seeing singles only, apart from that 2 that Schreiner scored on the second end. It's 4-3.
Good ball there from Aiden Takadua. Needs to win this end to force a 3-end tie break. Lee Schreiner just needs to score one shot, and it might be this one. Or maybe it won't be. I think he thought that was a chance, John. I much prefer as a broadcaster, it's been enjoyable this game and the previous one, for players that show their emotion. You know, we often, the top players, and it's fair enough, are taught not to. They look exactly the same if they play a good bowl or a bad bowl. Much easier in a broadcast when you see the players that are excited to play good shots and irritated when they don't.
We should see irritation about now. Yep, we slap on his thigh, and not for the first time in this match, playing that hand in this direction, Aiden Takarua has misread the green.
Stalking after this one. Needs it to hold. He just needs to score one shot, remember. How hard can it be? He'll be thinking to himself.
So, I suppose first up for Aiden, it's to score one.
Yeah, just needs to not drop the shot on this end, John,
yeah.
and then think about the 3-end tie break. You know, the blood pressure will be going up, the heart will start pounding. Lee's got one bowl to save the set. Aiden's got 2.
What's your green like, Aiden? Did you remember? Yes, indeed. So he's going to bring it in for the second shot, maybe. That's the green. It's been coming from there. What's your weight like? Sit, sit. Whoa, not enough. Fractionally over.
Well,
but still, he's got one remaining, and he might just have to be a dead draw. Schreiner, of course, wants to prevent a situation where Takarua comes back to the mat needing just to draw one to win the set. So he wants to take that advantage that Takarua has away from the New Zealander and force him into a shot that he might not be all that comfortable with.
I think you'll want him to have to play a bowl, and even if that means you try and drive the bowl off and leave Aiden with 3 or 4 feet to draw, at least you're holding the win. And that is the decision here from Lee.
He's asking for a... Wow.
Clean through. He was just trying to force Aiden to play a bowl.
Yep.
So that was all about trying to add pressure, John, not necessarily playing a perfect shot, but just saying, look.
And also he's explaining to Aiden what went on. Did you see that, mate? Wasn't I on the line? You thought I was really on the line there?
Well,
so Takarua is up by 4-3.
How hard? I wouldn't be trying too hard here, John. I'm not good enough.
No.
I'm not good enough to back myself to not fold my bowl out or give the shot away or something else horrific.
But Aiden, really, you know, this is a challenge for him too, isn't it? If I'm playing in the final and I need this, he wasn't trying
if he's
too
playing
hard.
in the final, he needs it. He's fallen short.
yeah, that's right. I was thinking he's going to play this as if it's really means something, but he had the set anyway. So he wins this by 5-3.
They're going to toss a coin.
We get your wish, mate.
Oh, it's we build it as a trans-Tasman clash, and that we should have built it as a trans-Tasman tussle or a trans-Tasman something else.
Between trans-Tasman
Titans. Yeah, but I wasn't clever enough to get the copyright. Right.
So Pauline Seaton now realises she hasn't got a coin in her pocket, and or if she has, she can't find it.
She's standing there alone because Lee's gone to the loo.
Where is it, she's thinking? I'm sure I've had a coin here.
We've lost both of them, John. We've lost the two.
Those players, of course.
The 2 players, they've disappeared.
Picked it up.
So we just wait. Pauline maybe she'll think, oh, no, I can't put that away because they're going to be using it. So I'll just stand here. I'll just stand here and wait. And look at the crowd that's gathered here to watch this game. First up this morning, between New Zealand and Australia, and take this opportunity again to thank those who've tuned in to watch this broadcast. 1,200 watching live on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. If you have not yet subscribed and you struggled to find this broadcast, please click the subscribe button, and that means that you'll be notified when we are live. We've got 2 more days, John, of coverage here at the World Champion of Champions Singles. 3 games to be broadcast tomorrow and 4 games on the finals day, which is Saturday, live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. It'll be 2 quarterfinals and 2 finals, so plenty left to come. If you subscribe, you won't miss out.
And I think you've just redefined the description of crowd, Alex.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Three's, they say three's a crowd.
Yeah, that's right. 2's company, 3's a crowd. So we have got a crowd here.
They say 3's a crowd, so maybe we've got crowd plural. So I can see at least 6 in the background.
Yeah.
Here we go. 3 in tie break. Meanwhile, my coffee's gone cold because the game's been too enthralling.
Right, coming in the non-favoured direction for the New Zealander, who has the jack first up. Placed pretty much on the 2 metre mark. Right, the learnings. Now, what has Takarua done coming this direction previously? He's overweighted it, hasn't he? So he's this time not overweighted it at all. So I think he'd be more comfortable with that. Still not quite the deadly accurate draw that we know Aidan Takarua is capable of. Most of the other games have finished on ring 2, which is to the left of your picture there. There's, I think, 1 game still going, so they might be into a tiebreaker as well.
I would imagine that we'll see the players start to gather around. John, that often happens at these events, that when you finish playing, you go, well, what else is happening on the greens?
No, all those games have finished there, so more results will be going into the system, viewers. So shortly you'll be able to update all those situations. As I mentioned earlier, some players have played 5, most have played 4, some have played just 3. Oh, now it's Aidan's turn to crouch down, just reassess, wondering whether that quiche was in fact the right meal beforehand.
Looked like a delightful quiche, I must say.
Yeah.
And what a bowl there from
top
Lee.
one. So the pressure is on now. Lee Schreiner responds well. He's got the shot and in a very good position. So Takarua, as you would imagine, changing his hand here. This familiar stalk of his.
Sometimes he leaves his arm up the entire way.
Yeah, yeah.
Would tire me out. Just reaching past, so he's got the 2 bowls essentially near the ditch. But not really a safe second.
No.
So Lee unable to draw a second shot. This is fraught with danger for Aidan because there'll be this temptation to go, well, I could cut the jack back on the forehand. The stress being, what happens if he flicks your own pink ball out that sits at 11 o'clock? You're just going to drop
He's got 3.
a 3.
Yeah. With 1 to play, so yeah, you're right.
It's going to be brave, but this is a big bowl.
Want to close your eyes, everyone, if you're a New Zealand fan. I know it's not an out-and-out rock. Oh, he's taken that wider line again, I think. Gee.
Yeah, look at this. It's just going to go Drifting past. So he was being brave. That was the smartest weight to play that with,
Yeah.
because you wouldn't have flicked your own bowl completely off the head, and you would have stuck with it. But he's on the wide side, and Lee Schreiner with a half chance here. If he can play a perfect bowl, it's worth a 2 at a minimum, but the jack only has to move, what, a foot, John, back for a 3 here?
Yeah, for 3, and if he stays with it, starting with a 4, you're in the box seat. Looking to draw 2 or move the jack back for a sensational start to this tiebreaker. He looks excited. He's pushed it wide, has he? And it's not going to come in from out there. So I think Takarua might be quite relieved to see that it's just 1.
A big sigh of relief there from the 1,200 New Zealanders tuned in watching. And 1 to Lee Schreiner. 1-0 after 1. Play in this direction now.
Second end of the tiebreaker in this match between the Australian and New Zealand singles champions, Lee Schreiner and Aidan Takarua. Schreiner making sure that this is maximum length jack down to the 2 metre mark. We'll see where he's got the mat. Right back as well. That's his green.
This is nicely done.
Yeah.
Look at that. What a bowl. Light smattering of applause from the 3 crowds.
This might suit Takarua, because he has tended on the narrow side, on the narrow bowl, being a bit narrow with his green coming in this direction. So
beautiful delivery.
Yeah. It's tracking well, isn't it? This is down to weight now.
This is incredibly close here from Aidan Takarua. That's just
fallen.
That's really good. What else can you say?
Down.
Yep, you're down.
When you hold a paddle up and I'm down.
Lee on the back end.
These 2 unbeaten players. It was always interesting that they were drawn in the same section.
Just saw the eyes cast to the heavens there. And Aidan Takarua, I've played a bit of bowls with Aidan. I think he's locked in here. I expect to see. I'm going to go and say it, John. 2 shots in about 20 seconds time.
Yep. Pick that green again, I think, Alex.
Once he gets his first bowl there, the second one usually follows. Well, it was worth 2. He's only got 1. I was wrong, but I think I was right.
How far behind is it, please?
Lee with no back bowls yet. So playing his forehand. What a game of bowls.
Yeah. He knows it. It doesn't need much of a touch to get up for shot.
Oh, look at this. If he clears the front. He's done it.
Clear the front.
He's done it.
Oh,
what a
lovely
bowl.
Great bowl.
Worth 2.
Gee. Well, for Takarua, it's a matter of 3 in a row here. Put back one of those 2 that's been popped out. Let's have a look at his reaction here. He's walked down halfway. Oh, he might be a bit wider, is he, or not?
The green was perfect.
Yeah, well, shots in his mind now. What does he think? It's
So Lee's holding 2.
yeah.
He's just played a bowl on the forehand.
He'll probably change, do you think, and come down and just settle in amongst those pink?
Probably, yeah. You see you've got the 3 pink bowls
Yeah.
directly past.
Tuck the jack round the corner and get 3.
Look at this. Everyone's watching on, John.
Yeah.
Everyone else is finished.
So you can see the various uniforms there of the players. There he is, playing in that same hand as Takarua, looking to bring it into those pink or settle on the jack and tuck it away for 3, and that might be what he does. He does tuck it away for 3.
That's just outstanding bowls, John. Absolutely outstanding. And Aiden Takarua, under a lot of pressure here. He's played the backhand 3 times and played it well, but he may think perhaps I've got more chances on the forehand if I can clear that front bowl. And that's the chat here. What do I do? The forehand is the temptation, but if you've played 3 good bowls on your backhand, John, maybe you think, oh, I just need to take a bit of weight off. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not Tom.
Yeah. I like that, eh? Just a laugh about it. That's great attitude. Stay on the same hand.
And
Just draw it dead, mate. You're right. No
That's
hassle.
That's sound logic, because he's let it go nicely 3 times on the backhand.
Yep.
Huge bowl.
It looks to be a wider track than he's taken, doesn't it? Yeah. So a 3 there to Lee Schreiner. And that gives him a 4-0 lead in this best of 3 semi-final. A semi-final. Where did that come out? Best of 3 tiebreaker.
Maybe you're predicting the future, John.
Oh.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, this is one of those matches that we'll remember as being of final quality.
Yeah, great bowls. And
Nothing much for Aiden Takarua to do here but score something that hasn't happened in this match,
can you imagine if he picks up a 4 and we go to a 4th end?
particularly coming in this direction.
Yeah, true. It's the direction Aiden's been struggling in. For Aiden, it's about trying to be... Obviously, your first 3 bowls have to stay on the rink, and you'd want them to be slightly past. See if you can find some magic with your 4th one. It's just 2 exceptional bowls from Lee on that previous end to totally turn it around. Cleared the front with his 3rd bowl on the forehand, and then snicked the jack to the left on the backhand for 3. Unbelievable. Oh, that's plenty of room, John.
Takarua not messing around, just goes through that typical routine of his.
Stranger things have happened.
Well, not the start he wanted. In fact, oh, gee. Yeah, he could blow it over, I think.
That's brilliant.
Just very close to the ditch. He was almost at a stage where he could have packed his balls in.
They actually
no
would've-
more play.
We would have seen
Yeah.
We would have seen a handshake.
Yeah. He might just reach it. He
Oh.
might too. Look, he might just pop that into the ditch and say, "Thank you very much, Aiden." Yep, he's seeking it. Let's see. Can we see? Yeah, he was looking for that bowl. It just needed to blow it over.
Look at that. It's
Yeah.
literally overhanging.
There are 1,000 greens around the country in which that ball would have just kept going from that.
This bowl needs to be past the head as well. Maybe you're trying to create a 4, no point just...
I don't think this will hold up.
No,
I think this is Game over, isn't it?
Here we go. We're going to see the shake of the hand.
Yeah. What a good game that is. One disappointed Aidan Takarua, but he won't be, because he's played some exceptional bowls here, the young man. First time national champion of New Zealand. A member of you can see on his cap an under 26 cap he's got on, so that's an indication of his youth. And Lee Schreiner, of course, multiple times Australian Open champion, has won this event before, and it is the Australian, this battle of the Australian and New Zealand champions. It is the Australian Lee Schreiner who has won and retains his unbeaten record.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles. We are here, day 3, game 2. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by John Macbeth. And John, I can see here that this game we are covering is already underway. Can you talk us through who we're going to see?
Well, we've got a man jogging towards us representing Singapore. His name is Edmund Lin, and he's, well, we'll talk a bit more about him because he has quite an influential position in Singapore bowls. And his record, and he's not surprised with it, he said, I'm not the greatest of players, but I am a national champion. So he's played 5 and lost all 5. He's up against, from Wales, Ross Owen, of course the Welsh national champion, who's been to some major events, a couple of Commonwealth Games and World Championships, so he has got a lot of experience behind him, and he has a record of 3 wins and 2 losses from his 5.
A great start there from Ross with his 3rd shot. See, the Northern Hemisphere players are very ordinarily quite demonstrative, aren't they, on the green, John?
Yeah, I had a good chat to Ross just beforehand, and I said, are you finding it okay? Oh, I left a 10-second green to get here, but he's spent a bit of time practicing beforehand. I've been here a few days, he and his partner Sarah, so they've been here a while and just got to grips with it, as we see a bit of aggression coming in now from the Singaporean, and flicks out the jack and gets an unfortunate result out of that, but showing a willingness to have a go. Brendan Walton is the marker for this match.
So holding 1. Looking for a bonus shot to make it 2 here. Ross Owen from Wales. Goodness.
That's a big tuck the back knee under around the back of your front leg.
Very interesting delivery style.
Yes, it's one that was coached for a long time, wasn't it? Here we go. Nice
Good
result. No matter what your delivery looks like, that's the end product, and that's a 2 to start for Ross Owen of Wales. We know we've got quite a few viewers to the coverage from Wales, and Ross himself comes from Mountain Ash, a place just a few kilometres out of Cardiff. And I said, because you look at him there and you'd think, oh, he looks about 30 maybe. I said, my question to him was, how long have you been playing bowls, Ross? And he said 25 years. And I thought, well, I've got his age wrong then. But no, he's been playing 25 years and he's 30.
How was he able to get them up the green at the age of 5?
Well, I suppose it's that playing that winter program indoors too. But yeah, obviously he just fell in love with the sport and has continued on. He's won a couple of indoor national titles and the outdoor title, of course. 2 Commonwealth Games, the World Championships in 2016 and 2023. So well performed.
Nice bowl.
And his partner sitting down the end there under the shelter.
Disappointed with that one with his first bowl, Edmund. And Ross, let's watch this delivery. It's very unconventional. Even the grip, John, is quite unusual.
And then the almost back knee dislocation. But it's where it finishes up.
Oh, I mean, there's in the world of bowls, there's a number of different deliveries, and well, I'm sure we'll notice about Ross as the game goes on is that it's a unconventional delivery that looks the same every time he uses it, which is really the key point, isn't it, John? As long as you are able to repeat what you do, it doesn't really matter how it looks.
It's an important event too for Edmund Lin, who gets a nice second bowl in, because he's actually the vice president of Bowls Singapore. He's a manager of their high performance squad.
Oh, cool.
He was the main organizer of the recent world event in Singapore. So Bowls is huge. He's been playing over 20 years. He's only 41, so he picked it up at quite a young age as well.
It's a really good bowl there from Ross Owen. Wanting to sit down that bowl. You can see it just leaning towards the bar side a little. Easy to see the difference in these bowl colours, John.
Yeah.
Outside edge of that could be calamitous, and may have been. Yeah, Brendan indicating there that's a 3. So Edmund, unfortunately, has actually snicked in Ross's bowl to go from 2 down to 3 down.
He still has an opportunity, but with that bowl of his that has just passed the jack, and this man will know it, maybe. Well, certainly know it, but Ross Owen might just say, I'll draw another one and see what he can do.
That's exactly what he's saying. Oh, no, he's going around the back. I take it.
Yeah.
I rescind my statement.
Down to the 2 metre or beyond.
Yeah, handy bowl there. So a long walk back for Edmund.
I know it's the same length as for anyone else.
Thanks, John.
I know what you mean. Yeah, because he's been down the head there, looked at it, sees he's 3 down. Unfortunately, flicking a bowl in for 3. But there's an opportunity, isn't there, if he plays that forehand on the perfect line to upset the 2 closest to the jack and maybe move the jack back to himself. That's a more productive line for him. Is it going to duck? Just the weight, wasn't it really, I suppose? No, weight wasn't bad.
It was a lovely effort.
Yeah.
Ultimately is going to be a 3 though on this end, so Ross Owen galloping out of the starting blocks leads now by 5 shots to 0 after 2 ends of the 7-end set.
Might well be Edmund's wife down the far end, on the left hand side of that seat, to the left of the main doors. They've got their 8-year-old son with them too, and I can't see him in the background. He's inside quite a bit, but Sian, Edmund's wife, is out there watching, and I was interested. I said, this, because I've seen the young boy, he doesn't look 8 years of age, he's quite a young looking boy, and I said, what's he up to? Does he enjoy watching? He said he plays. He was in my fours team for the Nationals.
Oh, how good.
He said, I did spend most of my time picking the balls up out of the ditch, but he's keen, so I suppose what we should do is remember that name. Ji Lin, and in a few years' time we'll see him representing Singapore.
Oh, so many of these players, when you read their bios or talk to them, have started very young. Ross Owen, you said earlier, it's 5, and that's a lovely bowl there from Ross. Good shot.
Well, go back to his reaction to that bowl. Wasn't very impressed with it at all.
Maybe that's what he looks like when he's happy with the bowl. Edmund staying on the forehand. Which is an interesting decision, really, because it's hard to get the shot on the forehand, John.
Yeah.
It's the yellow bowl of Ross's is in the way somewhat. Maybe just looking to build it and then switch to the backhand eventually.
Is there a gap between the top ball and the gap? Yeah, very, very slight.
Ross on the backhand.
Third bowl, so he can follow it down. I think he'd be quite happy with where this one finishes too.
Oh, this is very impressive stuff here from the Welshman. He's left to go, oh, well, maybe not as left as big a gap as he would have liked to there. It will encourage Edmund to hit.
Yes, it's just behind.
Played one pretty accurate run shot previously, so he might just go again, or will he not? Quite a few of the players said it's been good today because the wind hasn't been evident. And I only say that because I can hear that wind in the microphone, but it's not that telling out there at all.
It's a handy bowl back there for Edmund. You can see there the flag barely flapping in the breeze. And Ross now holding a good 2. Looking to play the backhand again. Not sure about his weight here.
I think he's just going to fatten it up a bit.
Well, he's holding 3. I think Edmund will be reaching right through that. It's a good target on the backhand. Yep. He's close here, John. Look at
Very
this.
close.
Oh, what a
Yeah,
bowl.
yeah.
Now the jack is in the ditch. The bowl in the ditch is a toucher. And that yellow bowl there may be the shot, I think, John. We'll see if we can get a replay after we've
Yeah,
confirmed
yeah.
who scored what.
You're saying it wasn't a toucher.
Not a toucher, so
Okay.
that'll be one to
Yep.
Edmund. And
Very good
watch
shot,
this very
though.
closely. The collision bowl is the one to watch.
Yeah.
So this is the toucher, and it cannons
Yeah,
and
cannons
stays.
the other one out. Yeah, that's good. So a single there to Edmund Lin of Singapore. The very good shot under big pressure. He was looking at going to 8-0 down, but now it's 5-1.
Lovely bowl.
Just looking at the points table after the last round, you remember we saw that match between 2 unbeaten men, Australia and New Zealand, which was won by Australia. So Ali Schreiner has now won 5 from 5. The only other unbeaten player, I think, let's have a look through that. Oh, yes, only England's Lewis King, he's unbeaten. So that's the 2 men who are unbeaten. And Nunes is unbeaten from the United States, the defending champion, as is Stephanie Brandfield. So the 2 English players, she's from England, the 2 English players are unbeaten. The Indian player who we commentated on yesterday, that's Moni Saikia, she has remained unbeaten as well. And from Niue, we have Joy Peru unbeaten.
That's great for Niue, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of the smaller bowling nations. Great to have Joy been so successful thus far in the tournament.
So they've just played the 3 match as those Niue have in their section. And she's in a section which is pretty strong too, with Ireland, Norfolk Island, with Shea Wilson there. She's dropped a game. Tonga with Millie Nathan, Canada and Wales. So it's not as if Joy's not playing against quality players. They're all quality players, of course, because they've got this far.
This one? This one?
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unbeaten players. And in that women's section, India played Australia this morning. They were both unbeaten, so India won that, beating the Australian representative. Lainey McGorman.
Edmund with good line there, just falling short. Leaves Ross on the forehand. Goodness. Reminds me a little of a bowler called Jason Greenslade, who was a Welsh representative for a number of years, for about 20 years I think, and now plays a lot on the indoor circuit, so our viewers would know him through the World Bowls Tour stuff. He has a similar delivery, more exaggerated than Ross, but I wonder if there's some crossover there in their careers, John, because I see Jason represented Wales from 2004 through to about 2015 or 16. I wonder if they played in similar circles, because the delivery of Ross Owens is certainly reminiscent of that. They cup the bowl. It's a poor shot from Edmund. He'll be disappointed.
Really disappointed, yeah. And he knows what we'll be saying too, because he does do commentary in Singapore.
Does he?
Bowls.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
yeah. So he not only organises everything, but
Does all
plays,
of the things.
but yeah, talks as well.
All we have to do is talk, John.
All I have to do is talk. You have to do everything else.
So Ross on the forehand now. Looks on the tight side to there, but his bowls may hold up. No.
So do we think Ross has got the shot there, being...
Yes, yeah, I think he is holding one.
Yeah. He picks up the jack to confirm that.
Brendan Moulton makes his way down. 6-1 the score. We're on into 5.
This is a man who's streaked out to an early lead in this. The players look to make up the top 2 in their section to ensure they get through to the next stage.
Great line. Both hands seem as though they play quite nicely, John. We commentated the first game on the broadcast this morning between Lee Schreiner and Aidan Takarua. Didn't notice a preferred hand, and haven't noticed one here either. And
read the line very well there. We saw it actually in that game between Schreiner and Takarua. There were a couple of occasions where, playing that particular side that Edmund has, the balls just sort of hung out, which obviously indicated they'd taken the wrong line. But in general, you saw good finish on both hands. So we're seeing here. Correction was required and he made it perfectly. Hardly deviated from that green.
Opting to stay on the forehand side.
He looked at the backhand, didn't he? Which appeals as quite a good option, but he'd played this one so well previously that he might just try it again. And he's made the correction nicely.
That's an exceptional
Yeah,
bowl.
very good.
Very well played.
He still might not have the shot, but it gives him an option for the next one. Oh,
To
okay,
measure.
closer than it looks.
Brendan's got pretty good eyes.
Yeah.
So I would say that it is very close, and Ross is going to stay on his... No, he's not switching to the forehand. I was going to say I'm surprised to see him staying on the backhand. Blame his delivery. This is very close, John. But close is all that it is. Look at that weight. Perfect weight just to sit the Singapore bowl out 2 or 3 rolls. Now do we see the backhand from Edmund Lin.
I don't think he'd be too concerned about this either.
This is going to be absolutely perfect, he said.
Oh,
Sorry, Edmund.
gee.
That's my fault. I thought it was on track, John. It looked lovely all the way, didn't it?
Yeah, all the way it did indeed.
It's actually gone.
Look at that. I mean, he's got every right to be, well, certainly frustrated. As you know, as bowlers, you can play almost a perfect shot. So he's gone from a measure for shot to being 1 down. Gee, that is an interesting, the hand in particular, cupping of the bowl, as you said. Looking to compound the pain of his opponent. So Edmund Lin might find he goes back to the other hand.
He's so successfully tucked that bowl in behind the jack. You can't even see it on either of our camera shots. It's directly behind that yellow bowl. Nope, one's just sat down. I don't even know how you get to it, John. Yeah, I think
No,
that the forehand probably is the call.
Yeah, I think so. So he's got his own to sit on, and you know, if he gets those lucky breaks, if the ball actually falls in rather than out.
Can't give it too much room to breathe. Needs it to turn. Beautiful weight. Needs it to keep on turning. Oh,
Gee, no luck, Edmund. I'm sorry. You've played some really good bowls there, and it's a single to the man in the definite red, as opposed to that pinkish red of Singapore. It's Ross Owen of Wales, moves ahead by 7-1.
playing well.
Playing quickly too. They're both no messing around. They're into their shots pretty quickly. Busy road that we're here, and there's a constant sound of traffic, trucks and cars and other vehicles going through. Little shopping area here as well, and quite a lot of foot traffic, which we often see people just drifting in to have a look and see what's going on. First bowl now of this, the sixth end of the first set. Had a couple of queries, although we've mentioned it a few times, I know a couple of queries about those two lines that are either side of the tee. That's just an area where we ask the players and markers not to stand in that area because it blocks the camera. The players have adhered to that very well. Just occasionally it goes out of their heads. be a tight line to what we saw in the previous game with the Australian and the New Zealander.
It may be that Ross is playing with a slightly different set of bowls. I've
SRs, I think he's got.
I've done a Google
Yep.
to try and figure out if Jason Greenslade, the well-known Welsh player, shared a club with Ross Owen, or they knew each other, to try and understand if that delivery's
Yep.
been copied. And I don't think they do.
Okay.
It's a 38-minute car drive. Ross plays from the Cynon Valley Indoor Bowls Centre,
Yeah.
and Jason Greenslade played out of the Sully Indoor Bowls Arena. So it both looks like they're near Cardiff.
Yep.
About a 38-minute drive, 28 miles away. So they probably come up independently with those deliveries, John.
So now you Google Mountain Ash Village in Wales and tell me all about that. I'm sure that's where he said he was from, Mountain Ash. And then I said, I've been reading. I've got a whole series. A friend of mine gave me a whole series of books written by Neville Shute. And one of the most famous is A Town Like Alice. Another one was On the Beach. And one of them, the lead character goes into Wales, and I said, I'm sure that the place Mountain Ash was mentioned. And then I thought, that'd be too much of a coincidence.
Well, maybe it was.
Yeah, you never know.
Who knows?
What's that weight like? Just getting it past to make sure. Well, he's sort of ensuring that he has the 2 metre mark covered in case there is some aggression from Edmund. And we've seen him very accurate in his run shots, holding 3.
Just hear that wind in the effects mic.
Oh yeah, it's picked up now. Might just get this. Oh, he needed
through
that
the gap.
slight shoulder, didn't he? The wee wick there would have been perfect for him. But instead it's a 3 on the 6th end. It's 10-1.
Playing very well to have garnered this lead, Rosson, and his thoughts will already be going to the second set, because of course these games, 2 sets of 7 ends, so it's one thing to win the first set, John, but quite another to win the second. We've seen it before, and I can report that Mountain Ash, which in Welsh is pronounced in a particular way,
Yes, yeah.
has a population of about 11,230.
Yep.
It includes the districts, so it's a town and former community, the districts and villages of a whole lot of other words I can't pronounce, one of them being Newton, which I can.
Yeah. Famous people.
Yes, does have famous people. Now that's all I've got for you, John.
Okay.
It's interesting. In sport and culture, Wikipedia doesn't have bowls, which is surprising.
Oh.
And they had a railway, which was apparently worth going to have a look at. Fascinating where all these different athletes have come from, isn't it, around the world?
Yeah, yeah. Inside edge. No.
Quite a loose head here, but I suppose as we've said, this end,
It's really just
it doesn't really matter, you know. Just trying to
getting
stay.
them ready to start the next one, isn't it?
Yeah, Ross will be trying to stay in the zone, and Edmund will be trying to change something, find a spark from somewhere.
There's that feeling that if he scored here, scored a 1 or 2, that's really heartening for the start of the next set. well here.
Very close. Handy effort.
Yeah, good enough for a second. I can see his wife and son sitting down there underneath the bowling club. His 8-year-old son, who was, as I said, is a very good bowler. There we go.
That is the best shirt
Yeah,
I've ever seen.
Bert, yeah, great.
How good.
Sesame Street. She is his name. He's 8 years of age.
And already a keen bowler.
Yeah.
So a name to watch out for in the future.
And Mum has played for Singapore as well. She gave it away, of course, when she not of course, but she gave it away when her son came on the scene. And she'll be getting back into it, I'm sure. That's the indication.
So the final end of this first set.
Wouldn't it be great if you heard, "Come on, Dad"? I don't think that would happen from him.
Don't like the chances.
No. Very quiet young man. Playing with intent here.
Could get very lucky off the swing bowl. Watch the collision bowl, John. Look at
Yeah.
this.
Oh, gosh. Oh, he might get this. No, not quite. There was a potential 3 there, wasn't there, if he'd just touched that jack?
Couldn't even buy a bit of luck there.
No. So
Like-
the first set certainly goes the way of Ross Owen from Wales. And Owen has already got 3 wins out of 5. Unfortunately for the Welsh female representative, that's Katie Edwards. She has lost her 3 matches to date, but has been playing really well here, just not getting the luck. So first set goes 12-0 to Ross Owen.
He's been in the national team since 2013, so 11 years, that's a long time.
Right, starting afresh.
It's Ross's favourite food, nachos. You can't argue too much with that.
No, no. Easy to heat, easy to eat.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to start the second set. Lovely bowl there from Edmund Lin, Singapore's representative.
I'll say it again, I think the set system, you know, Singapore have just been on the, or Edmund's been on the receiving end of a rampant Ross Owen, right? It's a 12-1 win in that first set, but it means nothing. There's still this opportunity to win the second set and take it to a tie break. It's only 7 ends. All it needs is, if Edmund can put 3 good ends together, absolutely we could see this game go to that 3-end tie break. And the set system, psychologically, just it seems to stop that momentum, doesn't it?
Yes, I think, you know, we compare often the shot 21 shot singles match. So 12-0 or 12-1 is a bit daunting, isn't it? But this is, as you say, a new game. Don't worry about the 12-0 score. It's 0-0 starting again. Ross Owen just trying to sit that shot or tickle the jack. Going to miss both.
Look, he's played 3 good bowls here, but Edmund holding the shot. In theory, could or should be able to sit with 2 after this one. Just
Pushed it a bit wide
giving
this
it
time.
a bit too much space to breathe there. And Ross with an opportunity. Be interesting to see. Edmund does have a bowl at the back, so I don't think Ross is going to take leave of his senses and just drive this. But he does have 2nd, 3rd and 4th shots, so plenty of percentage chances to score more than 1.
Jack or shot. Little nod of the head. Pretty good line too if he's going to cut the jack.
This could
He's gonna
be.
go round it, is he? Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
those bowls are very hard to play in New Zealand. Lovely effort. And to take first blood in set 2, John, Edmund drawing for 2nd shot here.
much better line. Much better bowl.
Look at this.
There you go.
Oh, how good.
So the high performance manager of Singapore Bowls, the vice president of Bowls Singapore, starts off the 2nd set with a couple, and he'll be delighted with that.
When's the cricket, John? That must be
Started today.
slightly different sort of
think-
bowling.
I think started today.
Obviously, people would watch the bowls first and foremost.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So 2-0 now, and Edmund seems to be preferring this side of the rink, doesn't he? We've seen him. He played his backhand going down in this direction, the forehand coming back. So that's the ditch side.
Yeah. That's pretty much the line too. I can't go too wide on that hand. That's a good open up.
That's a very nice bowl from Ross Owen. I don't think that was a toucher, but it might have been. But I don't think it was.
No.
And based on the fact that Brendan is standing there, not moving to mark it, John, I would suggest that it just missed by a coat of paint.
Yeah, good 2nd shot.
Same bowl again from Ross Owen on the backhand.
Just trying to watch what else is different there. It's where the bowl touches the ground, doesn't it? That point of delivery, point of it leaving the hand. It just looks to be different.
Very unusual.
Yeah. Have a look at it when he next delivers. He's never going to be a dumper, that's for sure.
No. Even if we'll watch his next delivery. There's a bit to talk about. Attacking here, Edmund, bowl or jack.
Oh, not his own. Takes his own.
Consistently has just been interesting, John. The overseas players, when they attack, I think they would be wise to go quicker, to be honest. It's just your bowl will either cut across or it'll drift and drift and drift with that weight. Now watch this. The grip first. That's unusual. And then sort of, I don't even know how I would describe that, John. Which is
Look how effective it is.
oh, it's very
Yeah.
effective.
And as non-coaches, here we are dissecting someone's.
Oh, I've got, yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't want to play him in a game of bowls for sure.
no.
Yeah, very like a scoopy grip, and then runs off the bowl, as we see from the Northern Hemisphere players. On those slower greens, they tend to, the body movement is what gets the weight. New Zealand and Australia, it's more about just the arm, because you don't need to push the bowl as hard. Ross will stay on his backhand here,
Just one, I think.
holding just the one, I think, yeah. So here we go. So watch him on his backhand. Lovely line to the edge on, down to the oomph.
Not much wrong with it, that's for sure.
Oh. Oh, that was wrong with it.
Yeah.
Half
I
a
thought he
bowl
was just going
wide.
to slide off that and it would have been absolutely perfect. So a single for just one, wasn't it? Yep.
Ross Owen, yes.
Later on today we're going to have Annika Shippers of South Africa playing against Midori Matsuoka of Japan. And they are in section 3. And they're in there along with the two unbeaten team players, United States and England.
Be an interesting game. Bowl's very strong in South Africa. Nice bowl.
In women's section 2 of the women, I mentioned India unbeaten, having beaten the other undefeated team, Australia, this morning. Australia. Cook Islands and Hong Kong, China each have 3 wins from 5. Thailand and New Zealand have 2. Falkland Islands 1, and Cyprus yet to score. That's in section 2, but you can get all those results now through Bowls New Zealand Facebook.
And
Or,
as a reminder, John, if you're wondering, well, how do people qualify for post-section? It is the top 3 players in each section upon the conclusion of section play. The top 3 qualify. And then there's a playoff game, and then, of course, on the finals day, it goes quarter-final, semi-final, and final. And we hope to be able to broadcast 4 rounds on that finals day. It'll be 2 quarter-finals and 2 finals. Really looking forward to that. Be a magnificent day of lawn bowls. We've ordered the nice weather. The
Yeah.
Met surface is saying it's a 50-50 chance, so we'll wait and see.
it's been good so far. Oops, you hear that familiar sound of bowl hitting board? Someone's driving somewhere.
Usually means you found a gap.
Yeah.
Ross attacking this. Square as you could possibly get a bowl. That's beautiful. What a shot that was. Literally couldn't have played that any better if he'd tried, John.
Nope. Put it back there, Edmund. It's a better line.
He's done it. He's done it. Sort of. Second and third shot now for Edmund.
Yeah, he might go aggressive.
Percentages certainly there. Ross on the forehand. Needs it to get up a little bit. Well, it's good enough. It's probably good enough to be holding the second shot, John.
Change Edmund's mind. He may well have been considering having a rush at the shot bowl, and if he'd collected that, maybe settle for a couple himself, but I don't think he's got second shot now.
What's he got there? It's a
Lump of cheese.
certainly not what the energy supplements look like in my bowling bag.
Could have been white chocolate.
No, it would have to be for me.
Ooh, Edmund giving himself a chance.
Very close.
Really good chance. Sit it. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I agree with you. Throws his head back in frustration.
Just the one to Ross Owen there, John. So the score now, 2 shots apiece. And we're on the 4th end of 7. Much tighter set than the first one.
Ross Owen continues to send the jack a fair way down, just short of the 2 metre mark. Gets his bright yellow bowl cupped in his hand, sends it down. And again, looks an accurate line. He's got this one sorted.
I've been very impressed with Ross Owen in this game, John. Very consistent. Certainly if he can qualify, be a contender for this title.
It's very good too. Nice start there from Edmund. He's not doing much wrong there. He's just being outplayed. Sadly, that's a part of bowls, isn't it? That sometimes the opposition person plays a bit better. He'll be playing very good shots as the Singaporean is. He might get an advantage here with a wee flick of the jack back. No, it doesn't. So not even that's working for him. So there's 2 shots here. It did touch the jack.
Needs it to break back in. If it stops, it's handy, John. And it has done so. So again, a bit of aggression available to Edmund.
Pouncing after it. Watching that nice line that he's certainly picked up the line for this hand. Gets it around to match the bowl of his opponent. So still holding 2.
I think we're going to see aggression here.
Oh, on the forehand.
Got to be quicker than that on these greens.
Yeah.
So hard to pick. Yeah. Wandering down there, looking at the head, thinking, oh, how do I get out of this one? It's got the backest bowl, so you can't see it on your screen. It's at about 5 o'clock near the ditch, so it makes sense to attack if you are Edmund. Need to be.
He might just be thinking, with my luck today, I'll take out my own, and rather than being 2 down, I'm 4. That's not a bad bowl, is it? Righto, what are your options now? If that bowl had been there with his previous shot, he would have hit it.
Would have been
probably.
fine. Like there's now a target that's about 4 feet, 5 feet wide.
Yeah.
You'd be unlucky to find a gap there on the forehand, John, if you just look for the because it's on the forehand. He'll be thinking, I'll look to hit that yellow ball that sits at 2 o'clock and is low of the jack. And if I'm low, we should still be okay. But at least the weight he played with the last bowl, at a minimum, you would think.
Here we go, last bowl.
Just missing on the wrong side
Oh,
there.
he did. That was all on for him.
Be disappointed with that.
Oh, gosh, yeah. It's a 3.
Maybe the end that Ross Owen needed. Edmund stayed very well with Ross in the set, but as we get to the pointy end 5, Ross has now gone 3 shots up. Be looking to extend that if he can score on this end, and then would back himself to defend that lead, John.
See some of the other games being played there, and walking into shot is the Fijian player. It's a men's match there. That's Munish Kumar.
So Ross leading off on the forehand. He's oh well, I thought he was tight, but he might not be. I think these are a narrower set of bowls than what we've seen, John. Well, that wasn't a huge amount of green taken there by Ross, and look, it's finished wide of the jack. Hardly turned at all.
Here we come.
That's a lovely bowl from Edmund, battling away here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Make the marker work, that's the story, Edmund.
So they are tailored bowls. We'll see maybe when this one comes to rest whether we can get a close-up of the bowl. John, sometimes they have what make they are if it falls the right way. It's just interesting that they've been holding on. And look at that. That's an outstanding shot. So there's the bowl. Well, that's helpful. I can see Taylor bowls. They're a size 3. We'll come back to that. We'll get there. Intriguing.
Just tightened his line up a little with the jack moving across from the centre line. Green will be good.
See, they're just right at the back.
Now looking to make it 2.
Oh, he's trailed it. Stuck with it as well.
Might be 3.
That's a very good bowl.
That's 2.
He's in fine form. May have the running, may not. This is the head as it
luck, it won't.
sits.
It'll go. Yeah, there we are. Just sit into the opposition's bowl. So, track was good.
It's a lovely 2 there that Ross does hold. Wonder if we could just get a slightly closer view on that overhead camera, see if we can read what type of bowl he has. To which the answer, John, is
no.
no.
Oh, there we go. Oh, gosh.
He's got a World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles Bowl, is what I can tell you.
Yep.
Taylors anyway, and they look like they're taking a tighter line than anything we've seen. Needs the weight. He's got a round, but doesn't have the running. Still holding a nice 2 here. And Edmund with a bit of work to do. There's not much room at all between the shot bowl and the jack. You can't hit anything because you've got 3 short bowls at 12 o'clock. So for Edmund, it's just about trying to draw the shot on the forehand. The left of your screen. On the forehand.
Wow. He had such a perfect line with his last. Just fell out of weight. Hasn't got the same line this time, but he might get something out of this. No.
Oh,
He knocks
oh,
another
you
one
wouldn't.
up. You wouldn't. 3.
Oh,
2
dear.
it is. So after a fine start to this particular set, the second set, when he scored a 2, Edmund Lynn now trails by 7-2. With the jack in his hand now, this Ross Owen, who's playing very impressively, so consistent in everything he does. He has the jack, pushes it. It won't be a short one, we shouldn't think, because he's been managing those longish ends quite well. Yeah, right in the same zone. Doesn't deviate from that.
I can smell the lamb shanks, John.
Stop it. Yes, they're certainly on the menu for this evening here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. So that should whet the appetite of a few locals to get down and enjoy it.
New Zealanders and the Welsh are certainly used to lamb as one of the meals that we have quite a lot, John.
Yeah.
Always preferred hogget myself, but that's okay.
Nothing wrong with that either. Absolutely everything right with that.
I don't think much of this new trend, John, that mint sauce has gone away from lamb dishes. You order or look at a lamb dish in a restaurant and they pair it with tomato-based sauce. Where is the mint? Bring back mint.
Bring back mint. That could be the call. Certainly it's never far from my table if I'm having lamb.
Vitally important ingredient.
So that was the first sort of really rough bowl that Edmund had bowled and sent down in a while. That one that's out to the right here.
He's played
yeah.
much nicer bowls in the
Yeah.
second set. Settled in. But does find himself 5 down on this end, and there's only 1 to go after this, so Edmund needs to score the next 2 ends if he wants to force a tie-break, and it'll be 2 threes that he requires. And I mean, you look at this head, it doesn't look super likely, does it? Probably have to play the back end if you want to score a 3.
Well, I was wondering that you've got that opportunity. Your only opportunity really is your bowl that's back on the left-hand side of the screen as we view it. There's one down here at about 6:30.
Oh, he'll be disappointed with that bowl. And Ross just able to settle down on his forehand there. Does this one make its way back into the head? That's a good shot. He's pre-chalked it.
Yeah. Actually, as bowls coming down have looked like they've got marks on them all the time, just a bit of debris attached to them, sort of dark splotches. Righto, Edmund. Get inside that last. Sit that. That'll do you. Sit it. Come on, come on. Sit it. Sit
Turn.
it. Yep. Yeah,
Good
nice
shot.
bowl.
Well played. Surely that's worth one to Edmund there. And it is. So the score now 3-7, and it's a insurmountable mountain to climb for Edmund, because the most he can score on one end is 4, which would draw the set, and you still wouldn't force the tie break. So this is just to try and get the differential down as much as possible when the count up happens, John.
Yeah.
Played well in the second set. He'll be pleased with that. He's been very competitive.
He's a heck of a nice bloke too. Well, they both are. Both quite comfortable just sitting there chatting before a game, which isn't always the case with many sports. Competitors want to be left alone, but both Edmund and Ross quite willing to relax, very relaxed before the game. So for the Welshman,
Can you see there anywhere, John, anything that tells us what sort of bowl it is? HAD 4603A, that doesn't sound like a bowl model.
No.
Taylor bowls, well, we know that. It's a size 3. Its date stamp is fine.
Yes.
It's a new bowl, actually, 2023. That would have been bought last year. But nowhere on that bowl does it tell us what it is. We think it's an SR, though, don't we, John?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he mentioned to me that I tend to ask them and then I write it down, or I don't write it down. And I'm sure he said SR. But it would be nice to be able to see it. Some of the bowls now you can hardly even tell, what
they are.
sort of off-brand they are. You can see the main brand. It's a Henselite, and you look all over the place for something else, or it's a Taylor, or it's an Aero.
I don't think it's on the. I just don't think it's on the bowls. It's interesting. A lot of the players will have had to change their bowls, of course. And we keep bleeding on about it, but we're 17-18 second waterweed green here, and it's common in New Zealand. So our bowls, in general, we have a much narrower biased bowl than you would play with up in the northern hemisphere or on slower greens. Because if we tried to play with the bowls that they play with up there, you'd have to be aiming 2 or 3 ranks out for them to come back in. So it's less that they take. It's not that they take less green, it's that we're trying to emulate a similar idea. So you take one of our bowls up to the northern hemisphere, they just go straight, and it's really hard to control. So it's horses for courses, I suppose, and a lot of the players will have had to change their bowls coming here, John, or they'd find it almost impossible to play on. Edmund looking to finish this game with a bit of a flair. He's close here if he's got the weight. He could thread this needle, John.
Yep, that's a good bowl.
Very well played shot. Perfect line. Slightly overcooked, which hopefully is not the same as the lamb shanks.
Even though he's got this game in the bag, Owen is still trying to play impressive bowls.
I like that. You're trying to keep yourself focused. If you switch off, you never know. You never know if you can get it back again, John. And there's more games of bowls for Ross to play. Plenty of life left in this tournament too, so you want to try and stay switched on the entire time. Go the last bowl from Edmund Lynn.
Is he going to smack them?
I'm not sure.
No.
It's a good question.
As you say, going to thread it again. Oh, that's a nice
Oh,
break.
finally. Oh, no,
Oh,
still finds a way
He's
to
had-
miss the jack.
He's had not one break all day, has he? Several times he's gone close to, often with an edge like that, slipping it across to the jack, but it's never sat there for him. And so he still remains, I think, 2 down. The match is all over. These two will shake hands now, and it is another victory for the Welshman. It's Ross Owen from Mountain Ash, just out of Cardiff. He finishes with an outstanding bowl again. He's played plenty of outstanding draw shots, and he takes this match by 13-3. So Ross Owen of Wales continues. That is his 4th victory of the event, and he's certainly giving himself every chance of qualifying for post-section play. Ross Owen of Wales beats Edmund Ling of Singapore in this men's match at the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles. Some highlights from this match, and we'll be back with our 3rd game of the day after that.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia koutou, katoa, kua tai. Mai te kene kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champion Singles. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by John Macbeth, and what a beautiful day it is here for the third round of this broadcast, John.
It's become a stunner, really. It started off overcast and still, but now a lot of that overhead cloud has dissipated and we've got nice blue conditions. It's warmed up. It's probably 24 or 25 degrees at the moment. There is a wee bit of a breeze there, but nothing like what the players might have experienced yesterday. We've got this match between South Africa and Japan. It's a women's section 3 match. The South African player on the mat now, Annika Skepis, she has won 2 of her 4 matches, and her opponent will be Midori Matsuoka of Japan, who's won just the 1 match.
And it's the trial ends, which will be quite disappointing for Midori, because we saw then, as we were talking, John, Midori's first bowl on the second trial end was essentially a front toucher. We switched to watch Annika play her bowl, came back and her bowl had been removed from the ring.
Well, for Midori Matsuoka, she's no stranger to New Zealand and has played here before as a Japanese representative. She does reside and has done for over 20 years in Australia, in Sydney, and currently plays out of the Belrose Bowling Club. She was at the 2016 in Christchurch. She was at the World Championship, so and since then she's been in other events.
See Annika just practicing there. South Africa, very strong bowls country. A lot of big names from the sport hail from South Africa. They have a good record at World Championships and Commonwealth Games.
Yes. Well, Annika, when I was chatting with her over the last couple of days, she said, you know, one of her heroes was Sylvia Burns, who won a gold in the triples in 2008 at the World Championships, and a bronze 8 years later, 2016. And she said, really great to watch that sort of bowler. And then I ended up playing with her, so she played national peers and so on with Sylvia Burns.
I believe, if my recollection is correct, that the South Africa women's fours won a gold medal in Canada when that was held in, what was it, where was it held in Canada, John? Help me.
Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, Commonwealth Games.
Victoria,
That's
Vancouver Island.
Yes, yeah, it was held there on those very slow greens, and they won a fours gold medal. And the daughters of the skip for that Commonwealth Games for Linda Ralph and Estelle Hickey, who are well known bowlers from Auckland.
Yes, I was there in 1994 covering the bowls, and I always remember the fantastic facility there. I think there might have been 8 greens spread out in front of us from the broadcasting area.
Goodness gracious.
It was massive.
Some incredible moments over the years at Commonwealth Games for lawn bowls, and really cool to see that very recent announcement, John, that lawn bowls is one of 10 sports included in the slimmed down edition of the Commonwealth Games that we're going to get.
And a slimmed down version of bowls as well. It's I don't know whether it's been finally decided, but the president of World Bowls and the CEO have both indicated that it may be just singles and pairs, which will be disappointing for those who like to play the longer version of the game. So I'm not too sure what they'll come up with. That sounds pretty good when you're rushing to do get a games finalised.
Ultimately, if you consider the number of sports that have missed out on inclusion for this edition, I think very grateful to be included as one of the sports, and we'll see what it brings. It's all the talk about this Commonwealth Games, John, has indicated that it feels like the intention is they'll do a slimmed down version this time and then bounce back for the next one to that more fully rounded event. It'll be fascinating to see where we end up from both the Com Games point of view and what bowls, what role bowls plays in that.
So our marker, we've just seen him put the jack onto the centre line, is David Burridge out of the Raumati Bowling Club on the Kapiti Coast, just north of Wellington. One of a dozen or so, well, more than that, qualified umpires here who've given up their time to come and officiate as either umpires or markers or both. So this is Midori Matsuoka.
Lovely delivery from Midori.
She's using Henselite XGs.
You can hear that the wind has just increased in intensity somewhat. Very smooth delivery from Annika. How did you say her event had gone, John?
She's won 2 matches, 2 out of 4 to date, and for Midori it's been 1 out of 4. 1 out of 5, sorry. So they've played 4. Both of them have played 4. So in their group though is Ann Nunes of the USA, who is one of 3 unbeaten women. In fact, I lie. She's one of 4 unbeaten. The other being Bramfield from England. She's also unbeaten, having played 4 and won 4. But Nunes has the better differential. Also unbeaten is Saikia of India in section 2, and carrying on unbeaten, and we mentioned them earlier, Joy Peru of Niue. So those are the 4 unbeaten women. And in the men's section there are 2 unbeaten men. One is the Australian who we saw earlier today, Lee Schreiner, and the other is Lewis King of England. So England's man and woman are both unbeaten. Top 3 qualifying for post section. This is a nicer line, might just get tied up on the opposition. It still settles in for second shot, which she didn't have before. Just a very small number of people play bowls in Japan, and as Matsuoka mentioned, it would be pointless trying to be a full-time bowler in Japan really, but she loves to be able to play in Australia and also to represent Japan at events such as this and World Championships as she has.
Really cool to have that opportunity, John, as we just saw Annika there overplay her bowl somewhat. Easy to do in these conditions. So you can play the forehand here if you are Midori. Only way you're going to be drawing the shot is on the forehand. Lovely delivery, John.
She's been very successful in Sydney scene, on the Sydney scene, and been involved in state finals and won numerous club championships.
Not surprising. On this first end, it's going to be 1 to the South African. Two sets of 7 ends.
We'll see what sort of length these players prefer as the match wears on. As we found with the first game today between Australia and New Zealand in the men's competition, they seem to find heading in the direction we're looking at, away from the direction we're looking at now, seem to be easier, or for some reason, but they constantly played long down to about where the mat is now, coming in that direction. Let's see if Annika goes a little bit shorter. Yeah, just getting it over the line.
Very short. Interesting. Aero Optima's been used by Annika. So they turn quite a lot, those bowls, as bowls go.
Well, I watched her this morning having a quiet roll up before many people had arrived, and she was on the artificial green, which is probably quicker than any of the other greens here. And she had the mat right up. She just came right up and was obviously just playing shortish, just to get the arm going and to get the feeling of not overcooking it on these greens. Well, big correction in weight required by Midori.
That short end working on that occasion for Annika. If you can play the short ends, there can be quite an advantage to delivering them short, John, because if your opposition is struggling to stop the bowl, all you have to do is literally draw four bowls, and often you pick up a number. On the back end, and just as you say, a correction in weight required. That's a very smooth delivery from the Japanese representative. And what a result there. Beautiful.
Some chalk. Sitting in the background there is the umpire's wife, Anne Burridge. Recent recipient of a new hip. Feeling much better for it. Oh, it's so frustrating when she set the length and can't quite match the jack throw.
We did talk about it a little yesterday, but on this sort of green, you can end up tricking yourself because you think it's quick. So Annika gave that a beautiful track and probably would have thought, oh, yep, it'll continue to roll. And because you know it's fast, you actually don't push it hard enough sometimes. Annika deciding that it's worth a walk, and that's because her short bowl is almost in the way of the draw shot on the back end, isn't it?
Yeah.
See there just how short it is. It's barely made the front tee. Midori has the backest bowl. The bowl, what is that a word? The backest bowl.
That's a bowls terminology, yeah, no doubt.
Backest.
Backest.
Yeah.
Yep.
The most back bowl. So you can't afford to overplay it if you are Annika, but perhaps some weight, John, on the back end.
Well, yeah.
Bowl or jack underneath your own.
That's the looking backhand here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you can. I don't think it's drawable. I think you have to play with some sort of weight.
Yeah. So underneath her own short bowl.
Oh, apparently it's drawable.
Yeah. That's why she came down to have a look at it.
They're optimistic, so they do turn at the end. Well,
That's a pretty good shot.
it's a mighty effort anyway.
And if the umpire would blow, it might turn in. Looking to make it two, and can she? She's going down that same track as her opponent, playing the backhand.
No.
Looks to be racing, doesn't it?
Just a little bit too much weight. See, the green's good. It's come back to the centre line, but too heavy. And it's 1 to Midori, so the score 1 apiece after 2 ends of 7. Absolutely outstanding day at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. The sun beating down.
Oh, great. Didn't really want to come back inside. Graham Doreen is a well-known person on the Takapuna Bowling Club, which is not that far away from here. He's been managing the Japanese team. It's interesting to see whether Midori makes this a shortish end, because no one's going to go really short by design apart from Annika, and we might not see that happen again. So from one extreme to the other, from very short to maximum length now. Midori has decided that the right-hand side, as we view it, is the way to go. So using her backhand here. And just the weight.
Racing. Still going. And splash. No, no splash. Brilliant. She's holding 1 shot.
Well, I've seen that happen often. The bowl's getting right up to the lip of the ditch and staying on. And when we might get a glimpse of them, the wooden surround, it's not as if it's promoted at all. It's just a nice flat surface.
So you see there,
Yeah.
it's a good green, nice and level all the way.
And you can see the weed, the structure of the weed too with that.
So if you're tuning in from South Africa or overseas, we talk about grass greens or natural greens in New Zealand. They're not actually grass, they're a water weed, Cochila maniatoto sort of thing. So they, in the wild, sort of spread out over the ground, and someone at some point saw that about 50 years ago, John, and thought, well, that could work on a bowling green.
Yep.
So you cut and roll them, so it's a water weed. That is the vast majority, makes up the vast majority of our natural greens in New Zealand, and it means they run quite quickly.
Jack movement here. Not quite.
Starweed, of course, the other common type of ground cover for our natural greens, John.
My second shot.
1 meter.
It's all dependent on her weight now. That's good enough for shot. Annika plays from the Goodwood Bowling Club in Cape Town. She's been playing, this is her 17th year, so she's one of those who started quite young. Her dad influenced her. Her dad got her to go down to the bowling club occasionally, and the Goodwood Club were looking at finding young players, so she decided to join up.
Great to see. It's a story we're hearing more and more often, John.
She said also that quite a number of college kids are playing bowls in that area, so it's a bit like in some areas of New Zealand, but nowhere near like it is in Australia. But still, it's becoming a sport, more and more a sport that is accepted as being healthy and rewarding sport for young people. So we've got that last ball from Skippers has come in for the shot.
Holding the 1. Looking to make it 2 now. On the back end. This is close here, John.
Yeah.
Lovely bowl. Should be worth 2.
That's certainly worth 2. And so we'll see a change to that score now, with each of them picking up a single on the first 2 ends. And now this 2, oh, a measurement. Okay, it didn't look like a measure from our view. Certainly 2 it is. So 3 ends gone in this game between South Africa and Japan. 3-1 the score to Annika Skippers. Last time with the jack she sent it just over the tee, so very short. Well, she's trying it again, just mixing it up a bit. Probably more to her liking this length rather than the extremely short one she had coming this way the last time. Or not. That's where she had the jack last time.
Beautiful. It was beautiful line.
Yeah.
If only she'd thrown the jack short.
That's right. That was the perfect shot for the previous
end, yeah. Yeah, about 10 minutes late. From the player's point of view, look, they can actually, you can start to see the tracks that your bowls have taken in the green. I quite like it as a bowler, John, because it gives you a general idea of what the green is. They are almost grooves, aren't they? If you stay in that sort of space, your bowl tends to make it to the jack. It's when you venture outside that sometimes you can get caught in the rough.
You're making a fresh track out there. Yeah, that's a nice correction. Maduri can play through that. That's forming a new track out there.
Yeah, and let's see, it just doesn't want to come back in. The weight short again, John. Beautiful line. Easy to do because you know it's a quick green. Not a million miles away if it holds, but it's going to duck across. She's lost that one. Look how far it is going to turn.
Yeah. I think she was, her aim really was to nudge the shot, playing with that sort of weight in that line. Just see what Annika can do from here. 1 really good bowl and 2 not so good. At least this time she'll be up there. Right, what does Midori do now? Like to come in between the two pink on that line. Sit either the shot, bring the jack back slightly to herself and grab two and take the lead. Starts well.
Look at this. Very good shot. It's a beautiful bowl, John. I think she should have made it in for one.
Yep, looks like it.
Nice blue stickered bowl.
Let's see if the marker gives anything away by starting to move to one colour in his hand.
Oh, oh, oh.
Measure.
Very
Professional.
professional,
Yeah,
yeah.
player having a chock in their pocket.
Some chocks. And they're going to call the umpire. Must be very close. Reminder that if you are looking for results, you can find them on the World Bowls Match Centre, and that is accessible through the World Bowls website, the World Bowls Facebook, the Bowls New Zealand Facebook, the World Series Facebook, the Bowls New Zealand website, or by Googling World Bowls Champion of Champions singles results. It's almost impossible not to find, John.
That's right. There's plenty of opportunities.
It runs on that system, that same process as BowlsLink or BowlsHub. Well, Bowls has their own match centres, so pretty easy to follow. You can search players via individual entries. If you click on their name, it will tell you the games that they have played and the games that are coming up. You can look at the ladder, which has the nice cut line. So remember, for this event, it's the top three in every section that qualify. So there can be 9 qualifiers. And what a beautiful day. The blue sky, a couple of clouds, John. Club in the background.
Certainly very pleasant. So it in fact went to the South African.
4-1 after 4 ends. Playing well, Annika.
Well, she's getting that one ball in at least, which is all you need, as long as you're closer than the others. So what do you think about this, Alex? Playing a longish jack coming one way and short the other. So that may well be to do with some of the wind. So you've got the building down one end, maybe having an effect on it.
Yeah, the wind could be blowing across the face of the building, where you see the player standing now. Perhaps stops the bowl. Interesting. The screen does continue just to get better and better as the days go on. I mean, it started off lovely, and it just continues to speed up slightly every day. Provided there's no rain, John, by the time we get to the finals day, I think we'll be in for quite a quick green. If the pattern continues, the finals will be played in this direction, won't they? Because tomorrow is from the left to the right, which is Friday, and then we'll switch around again, go here and back. Decision for the greenkeeper to, if there's a clear direction in which the player's better, maybe we'll do that. But to my eyes, it seems to be playing well any which way.
Yes, I thought the other way might have been more popular yesterday when they went from left to right as we're viewing it, but we're not getting any sort of comments from the players about that. They just accept what's put up to them. This is a scratchy sort of first 3 or 4 bowls.
Better bowl here
Yeah.
from Midori.
So scratchy 3 bowls.
Drawn the shot itself. Annika with plenty of room, really. Passing through. That's a poor bowl. She'll be disappointed with that. Just left the door open here for Midori. The bowl to come though, so she's got the 4th one to salvage. But at the moment, it's looking like we could go in to the end of the set with Midori having clawed her way back. John?
She's
Good bowl here too. Yeah, that's lovely stuff.
still very narrow though.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that kept going, didn't it? Look at her 3 bowls of nothing on the right side of the green. On the right side of the rink.
Just got to take
So
your time
Annika
here.
knows, yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't feel natural to push the bowl out. And with her optimism, that'll start to come home and work across.
That's a very nicely played bowl from
Yeah.
Annika. Under a lot of, more pressure there than it looked really, because she'd scattered her first 3 bowls, and you're thinking, well, they all probably felt quite nice out of the hand. I'm not sure how confident she would have been about adjusting correctly for that 4th one, but holding a 1 here, and Midori opting to walk down to assess the situation. Perhaps looking to see if it's worthwhile. Try to remove the shot bowl, John. Although it's low, so I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not sure.
She's played all her bowls on the backhand so far, and she's been narrow with them. So she could probably continue with that, be narrow on the on a backhand and sit the shot out. Or is it worth changing hands?
Double teapot.
Yeah.
I mean, the instinct would be just to draw on your backhand again. Take more green this time. You've had good weight the first 2. Draw the shot. If you move the jack, it's a bonus. I don't think it's worth attacking the shot bowl. See if we can hear. I've got no idea what was said there, John.
No, I think first of all she woke Graham up and then said, "What do you think?"
Well, she's on the forehand. Is this going to be an
Yeah.
attacking bowl? I think she's
Yeah.
going to try go the low shot bowl. She is. And she's close, John. Needs to hold on. Oh, what a mighty effort that was.
That was worth at least 2, maybe 3 out of that.
Lovely try. See if we can get that on a replay. She wasn't far off.
Very close.
Be 1 ultimately to Annika. And watch this. On the forehand, looking to go square through that bowl. And look, it just starts to turn. Millimetres away, John.
So the marker picks up the map, puts it on the bank, and Annika Skippers of South Africa. Will she go short again? No, I don't think so. This time has decided against that tactic coming this way. Puts it down to the 2 metre mark. This is the first set of this match. It's a 7th round match. Hang on, let me get my right paper together. No, it's a 5th round match. Slightly less than 7. Between South Africa and Japan. In that women's section, Section 3, as we see a nice opener from Annika. There are 4 teams with just 1 win. They are Malta, Malaysia, Singapore and Japan. And there are 2 players with 2 wins. That's Namibia and South Africa. And then the other 2 teams in that group are unbeaten, United States and England. Whoa, here we go. Not quite.
Gave the jack a fright.
Whistling.
That was probably more to do with the fact that her bowl immediately prior was a full-bladed drive shot, John. Look at this.
Yeah, Jack.
That's unintentional, and her bowl's run away from the jack considerably there.
Well, is that 1 or 2? A lot of bowls to go. Not too much concern about it. Here's Maduri. Weight looks pretty good. Oh, yes.
Clunked. See there the situation.
Okay, you picked that. Looks like pink, doesn't it?
I'd say the pink bowl looks
Yeah.
more level to the jack.
Playing on the forehand, so different direction to that used by her opponent.
You can
If it was, had the weight, it might have drifted in inside that red and grabbed another shot, but she didn't have the weight.
on the back end. Hoping for a good result here. Not going to get one. She's clunked that pink bowl up and over. And look at that. That is absolute calamity for the Japanese representative. Couldn't have gone worse, John.
She hit it absolutely square, and it looked like it was going to do that from the fairway out, didn't
You
it?
wonder, eh?
She would have known. Well, it was either round it, which would have been the best, or under it. Now holding 2. Where's her coach? Not there? Okay.
Well, where are we? That's what it looks like from the player's end. I would suggest the forehand makes the most sense. Nice and safe.
Yeah, well, her line was reasonably good with that last one. She was
Throw it out.
short.
Yeah. Right, well, I'm wrong. See that ball on the back end, and look at this, you can actually see the line, so she's maybe 8 inches outside the line that we have seen. And didn't have the weight anyway, but I'm not sure if that would have come back, John.
Nope.
I'm also not sure. The back end's an interesting call. It's that, got that red bowl there that's sort of, I suppose underneath it's not the end of the world. What would you play here if you're Midori?
What's in the road? Is there anything straight down the line from that shot bowl? Her own? Oh, she could backhand that.
Yeah, so you can see the chalk line running up, and there's a red bowl to the left of it and a pink bowl to the right. We know that Midori can play with weight because we saw it on the previous end. Perhaps that's the option, John.
Yep.
I think that's what she's lining up to play here.
Running ball, one.
Forehand though.
Swing and a miss.
Yep, so it's probably, well, that doesn't look quite so obvious there, does it? So certainly take out that single shot bowl, and then whether the second belongs to South Africa or Japan, we'll soon see.
I would say it's 2 to South Africa. I've put 2 on the board.
Yep.
Maybe you early.
It just looked different then from our last view, but I think that's more camera angle than what they will see on the green.
We just await the confirmation. Two. And that means we're on N7 now. And the difference is 6 shots. So South Africa's Annika has secured the first set, and important for her in the context of this event, John, to win this match, isn't it?
Yes, to keep her hopes alive and to move up the table. She'll be the closest rival in the area that she's in. She's in 4th place on the ladder, is Namibia. So to win this might well just put her into the top 3 in that section behind the United States and England. And I think those two, I had a look at the draw earlier today, but I think those two, the United States and England, play tomorrow, last round tomorrow. So that might well end up determining which of the two finishes top of that section. The other sections are section 2, it's India leading, unbeaten, Australia 1 loss, and then Cook Islands and Hong Kong, China with 2 losses. And in section 1 for the women, it's Niue unbeaten, 1 loss each to Norfolk Island and Tonga. So those are the 3 top teams at the moment in each of those sections. Did watch a very good game first up today between Australia and New Zealand in the men's singles, with Australia winning that. So Australia have gone on to remain unbeaten. They've won 6 from 6. That's Australia leading section 3, New Zealand with a bit of a scratchy first set in their second match today against Macau, China, who have won just 1 game. But eventually Aiden Takarua won that, so he's lost 1.
Yes, coach Tom Taura removed himself after the first set, I believe. And that spurred Aiden on to must be a 13-1 win in the second set, I think, or 13-2. It was 5-0 down, got a 2 and a 3 to draw the first set 5 apiece. And I spoke to Tom about that first set afterwards, and he was not effusive in his praise of Aiden's play, but the second set a lot more like what Tom was expecting.
So yes, so that's Australia leading that section from New Zealand and Canada. New Zealand and Canada both with 1 loss. In section 2, it's England unbeaten, with India second and Thailand and Wales with 2 losses each. It was a close game between the Irish and England in the last round. Went to a tiebreaker, which England won. And then in section 1, no team, no player unbeaten, but Malaysia, Cook Islands, South Africa each have 1 loss. So they're the top 3 teams there. A lot of games to be played yet, though, and there'll be possibly changes in those positions as we seek the top 3 from each section.
Yeah, fantastic event, and the Browns Bay Bowling Club have done an excellent job in playing host to this World Champion of Champion Singles, John.
Absolutely. Really good, great group of volunteers, which is the likes of which every bowling club has to rely on. This is another shot going in.
There's the president there, John. Pete, to the right. He's
in the middle. Yep, now he's to the right.
Oh, to the right of the 2 orange, orange ones. Done a great job in marshalling his troops every morning. He's up bright and early, and the guy to the left, whose name I can't quite read, even though I've got my glasses on. What a magnificent hat!
Yeah, Olaf.
Yeah, you've got cleaner glasses than I do, John.
Thank you for that too.
You're very welcome.
Well, the players just not quite getting to grips with the amount of green that's required on that backhand side of the Browns Bay rink number 1.
So this first set now comes to a conclusion. Going to be 1 to the pink bowl of Annika's, and she wins that first set 8 shots to 1.
So new game starts as the score goes up on the board. RSA, South Africa, JPN, Japan. And it is 8 to 1. 8 to 1 the final score after 7 ends. South Africa have the jack. No hauling out of the mat. It remains well back. And she feels she's in the groove for another crack at that shortish end coming in this direction. Here we go.
I must say, John, I know it seems to be popular in South Africa, those visors. We don't see that quite. We have visors in New Zealand, don't we? But they're not quite that covering. They look like they do a fantastic job if you look at the shade that it throws.
It's a big wide area, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of more than what you would expect, more than you'd get from a cap. It sort of surrounds the entire...
Well, it goes over the ears, which I always think is important, because you don't realise when you're young how much it damage your ears are copping by wearing caps.
It looks quite comfortable too. And we see Midori's got a visor on as well. Interesting. I hadn't thought about it before this event, and I saw the South African combination practicing on Monday. We were here on Monday. It seems like it was weeks ago, and I took note of this wonderful visor that Annika was wearing. And
I think you'd look good in one, actually.
thank you, John.
And yes, we should say that they're not just for women. Men can wear those if they want to.
My hair is quite long at the moment, so it would actually arguably be quite comfortable, more comfortable to wear a visor than a cap. You see how it just fits quite nicely there. I'm impressed. I think it's something we could look into in New Zealand. You see more visors on the bowling greens. Very good.
Well, she's played a
Speaking of very
perfect
good,
bowl initially, and now this is a good follow-up too. Yeah, so holding a couple, good way to start this second set after winning the first 8-1.
we have seen with these bowlers, John, and it makes sense because they're all national champions, even if they've been struggling on the rink, if their first bowler's close, generally they play a good end on that end, don't they? Because they know what it feels like to play a good bowl, and they can replicate it.
Yes. So 2 is the call. It's a better line for her. She comes inside, or maybe
Outside
flicks her
half.
own over. Yeah, well, gets a good result out of it. So a couple of shots. Oh, should have got 3 shots there.
It's an optimum result as well. Was a little wide and a little heavy, but it's worked out well. Midori on the back end. This is interesting. Maybe looking to pop the jack back, John. To her 2 waiting red bowls.
Yep, or sit that second shot.
Found the gap. You wouldn't believe it. And now she's got 3 bowls waiting there in the jack. You can see where the jack is sitting on that pink bowl. It's going directly in the 8 o'clock direction if that pink bowl is tapped, John. And that would be 3 to
absolutely.
Japan.
It'd be nice to see that such an accurate shot, because it's a relatively difficult shot. Playing it full on, it won't work. So it just needs to be that sort of punch shot that takes it jack down towards those 3 red ones. Currently though, so 3 down. does she try for that, or does she look to just cut it down? We'll see what she does after this bowl from Annika Skipis.
First end of set 2. Annika, of course, will be playing to cover the danger. Already holding 3. So just looking to...
She's going to push that way down, isn't she?
Yeah, it's a bit deep. Maybe the jack goes clean past the red bowl if it's overhit.
Yeah, she's looking for cover of the 2 metre, be the back bowl. Just as.
It's a pretty good bowl.
Yep. Okay. Midori, do your best.
The smallest tap required here. So a similar bowl really to her last one from Midori. Similar weight. Just pop the jack back for hopefully a 3. Taking her time.
Can she change this end? She's currently down 3. Oh, I think she's quite interested. She's very interested in this. She's, not going to hit it hard enough. Gee. Oh, gosh, she played it with that perfect green. Hit the bowl absolutely square, but not enough to move that jack back to her bowls.
A lovely effort, but not enough on this occasion, and you can see there almost reluctantly pulling the bowls out of the head, John. And do I really have to do this? 2 conceded, and here's a measure for the 3rd shot. Bowls is a cruel game. I'm absolutely sold on that visor. Little 4-legged ball of fluff has come to watch the bowls. And the owner. Dog friendly place. Colin Rogan's got a nice little dog, John, that he takes around everywhere. One of the great bowlers from North Harbour. And in the end, that was a 3 to Annika. Good start to the 2nd set. 6 ends to go. And if you're a South African fan, the signs are looking okay at the moment.
Really are. She's just got that edge. And that was a wonderful way to start the 2nd set. Not the tightest, not congested bowls, but had one pretty much on the jack. Another only a foot away.
Right from the start too, wasn't it? Her first bowl was a very good bowl.
Yeah, that can sometimes just dictates an entire match, doesn't it? That first bowl every time. And she has so far managed to get them closer. See what you can do coming in this direction. You recall they were all but the last 2 bowls last time coming in this direction, playing the backhand, which is what Annika's going to do now. They were all undercutting their green. They were all finishing sort of even narrower than the chalk mark to the left-hand side of the 2 metre mark. And it took them 3 bowls each to remember that. And here we see already we've started with a narrow bowl. So it must be feeling a little bit unusual for them to be taking the amount of green that's required. We'll see if Midori can. It certainly tossed that out plenty wide there.
And it's gone, I think, John. That bowl. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. That's a really good illustration here when you look from this player's point of view, how wide these rinks actually are. They're very, very wide rinks in comparison to what we're used to. 3 or 4 feet on either side, more than an ordinary rink, so only 6 and 7 rinks can fit per green here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And in reality, and that's a beautiful bowl, beautiful line there you can
Well, you
see.
can see it was quite nice watching that from behind, just to see how far out Annika was going.
Nice
Brought it back into
perspective.
the centre line, as you said, so picked the green perfectly.
Watch this bowl too and just sort of see the arc. It's out there.
That's going out a long way. I mean, if you're taking a number on the bank, as some people do, you'd be going out past the 2 probably. And as you say, they are wide rinks. Now they're nailing it. So get that first one out of the road. Still 1 to South Africa.
On the back end. Through the jack. Well, it's gone well. You know, it's she's fortunate that the bowl got the jack in that particular place. You'd be half a bowl narrower or half a bowl wider and it could spew out any which way.
Yeah. So now there's this, don't need to take that wider green this time. I need to bring it into probably where I was with my first bowl. Or a bit of a smile, smirk on her face. And that might well be because she's a bit short, is she? No, she likes it. And she likes it very much.
Oh, just see this tiniest amount of disappointment there.
It's gone from a bit of a smile to a bit of a scrunch of the nose. Is that
Lovely weight.
saying?
Dangerous to. Oh, it's dangerous to play the backhand here, John. I'd be a bit stressed out. Got to make sure you give it the full amount of room to breathe with this bowl. And has done so. Just finishing past the head quite nicely. See there from the player's point of view, it's well played. Not a big change required for Midori.
Yes. You sensed it was going to hit one of those bowls, but I thought maybe the middle of those 3 to the right of the jack, but no, and so another end is completed. And that pink bowl to the left of the jack with the chalk mark on it is the shot. And so South Africa continue to march on in this game against Japan. It's 1 to Annika Schippers of South Africa. She now leads in the second set by 4-0.
Looking pretty comfortable out there, Annika. And see where the jack is delivered. We've seen a mix of jack
Well,
throws,
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
we, John?
She went very short. She's been long, 3/4, another short one. Pretty straight throw too.
Essentially another long jack.
So she's staying on that side of the rink, so backhand one way, forehand the other. And she's tossed this out quite wide, coming in this direction. Doesn't always translate, does it? As if it's really wide going in one direction, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be really wide coming the other.
Yeah.
But it's that weight factor that's the key to it. As she goes, doesn't need to make much of a correction in that regard.
I think I just took a swig of a day-old can.
Oh, did you?
That's why you should clean the office every day.
Yeah.
It's horrific.
So flat.
Don't mind me. Talk amongst yourselves.
bringing that line in slightly. And if she can just come underneath her own bowl, then this will be a very good one. Or tap that on, or get round it. So no matter, it's in a reasonable position. For Midori, there's a big correction in green to be made. I think if we were to pinpoint her track in that shot now, you'd find that it's not quite the widest track out there, but one just inside it. Watch it this time. Heading down amongst those tracks. So she's certainly brought that in quite a bit. And if her weight's accurate, she's got a good bowl. She's going to overcook it again and head down towards the ditch.
Such dangerous bowls to play, John, because you've got one quite short and to the left and one well past, and it just creates so much work to do with your third and fourth bowl. It's really hard to get on a roll, and if you are scoring, you probably only score ones and twos if that's the beginning of your end.
Oh, I wonder whether Midori mightn't consider the other hand. She's just not quite getting it. Oh no, go one more. That's always that big decision. I've put two there. I know what I have to do, and that is to take my line out slightly just inside my first bowl.
It's one of those interesting.
Oh, it's got to be narrow, surely, isn't it?
Well, she could be lucky and be narrow through the jack, but that would only have been good fortune.
Yeah.
It's interesting with bowls. It's one of those games where you need a bit of self-awareness sometimes, because it's a target sport, obviously, and often you can get caught into that trap of thinking, oh, one more go. I'll just have one more go. I'll get it next time. I'll get it next time. And before you know it, you've blinked and you've dropped a number because you haven't changed. You just think, oh, I'll just have another go at this. And sometimes you just have to bite the bullet.
And then something like that happens where your option is sort of closed out a wee bit.
Now you're forced to play the backhand. May only be one down there. It's a pretty scattered head, John.
Yes, it is.
Down to the weight.
Yeah, well, that's inside that red bowl, which was where she needed to be. Like, not much inside that red bowl would get it for her. She might well have done it, or it turned out for her. So that looks like she could have saved the game there. She's down 4-0. Marker takes the position, stands there and waits for the players to come forward and make their own decision. That's the pink one it is, so she couldn't quite. She was on the line, on the direct line. Another couple of rolls and she would have saved that end. As it was, she saved a couple of shots out of it. So another single, and it's a march continuing here for Annika Skeppers of South Africa. She leads by 5-1. 5-0 after 3 ends.
And this jack may be flying. Look at this. Hoofed it into the ditch. And now, John, I expect that we will see either a short end or the mat taken right up and the jack delivered to the 2 metre mark, because we've seen Midori really struggle a little bit in this game, not playing as well as she would like.
Changing the mat.
Well, okay, then we need to see a short jack, because otherwise nothing's going to change here. There we go. Yeah, very good decision.
Well, so long as she can match it now with her bowls, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a change-up just because, and then you find that you're not really comfortable with playing short ends either. You just throw it up there to
I suppose if
try and put the opposition off.
Yeah, if I was playing poorly and you were playing well, John, on the 2 metre marks, I'd be happier if I continued to play badly and you also played poorly on the short one than if I kept it on the same. So it is just trying to change something. Annika unfaced. Look at this line. Oh, just keeps tracking on. So it's this bowl that matters, doesn't it? If you can start strong.
Just remember that green. Even though it's shorter, it still takes Plenty out there. So here we go.
Good bowl.
Yeah, so it's finishing well from a fairly wide area. Annika won't be interested at all in changing hands. You know, she's got good control of this match, but can afford to, you know, drop a single. Not worrying about that bowl, which some people might consider to be in the eye.
How short the pink ball is? Yeah. First of my my ball. First of my ball is how short my ball is first. Yeah. That much, and then pink on probably that much. Yeah. Okay.
The conversation there.
Yeah, she wants to know whether she can get round Annika's bowl and still score the shot, still draw the shot. And when she sees that it's, you know, a metre to play in, then she can do that. Yeah, not a very good judgment there. She was told how far short her bowl was and needed to add a metre on, but she probably added 3, whereas her opponent has possibly added the perfect weight. Yeah, nice bowl. She just snuck around there nicely. Still there though for the Japanese. Push out of the hands, gets it away well.
One way or the other.
Yeah, underneath, get the shot underneath.
And now needs to follow,
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
to follow,
yeah.
needs to follow. Ooh. Oh dear. I mean, that sums it up, doesn't it? You know, when she's not played as well as she would have liked to, and when she has played good bowls, it's just found a way to not work. We had the end earlier, John, where Midori had the shot to pop the jack back for 3. She literally got the bowl square and was 1.5 to 2 feet short on weight, so
Yep.
Still dropped. I think it was 3 shots
Still
on that
dropped the
end.
3,
It's a
yeah.
six shot swing for the sake of a foot of weight. It's a bit cruel. Certainly Annika deserves to be winning this game. She's playing the better bowls, but I think Midori could be closer just for a little bit of luck. Standing there thinking, what do I have to do?
And can I do it without changing my hand? But you know, these quality players, is, you know, changing a hand is no problem at all. You shouldn't really think about it unless the conditions are such that you're uncomfortable playing one particular hand. I think Annika looks like she's thinking about changing to the forehand.
Interesting.
Yeah. Won't want to push it out too wide on
Yeah, it's gone. You can
this
see.
hand. Well, the jack had moved
maybe it's
across.
not,
of
it's an
course.
Optima, they do turn.
Yeah, jack had moved across quite a way.
Hugh Green was actually lovely, John. I take it all back. So the question is then, who's actually holding the shot? There has to be the pink bowl. Surely it's the pink bowl at 6 o'clock that's holding the shot. And I think Midori can only play the backhand really. But perhaps smarter to look to sit the red bowl over one roll at 12 o'clock than she is to try and get to the jack. Just
Yes.
turn your bowl around the corner. Well, we'll wait and see.
Her previous attempt wasn't bad at all. She got the jack and moved it, and it worked against her. She was still 1 down. So that same line inside those 2 bowls, so she's come inside those, but What's her weight? Oh, she might get a bit of a flick. No.
That's that was that
Trying to run off the shot bowl and not quite doing it. So a single to pink, do we think? Yep, indeed.
I would say so.
So we now move to 6. It's been all the scoring by the South African Annika Schippers, and she leads by 6-0. This is women's section 3 match. Annika here is moving very rapidly towards improving her position in the section. Could well push her up to 3rd place after 5 games. So tomorrow another 3 games for you from 9 o'clock in the morning. And then we move on to Saturday, which is semi-finals and finals day, and we're planning to bring you 4 of those games.
2 quarterfinals and 2 finals. So the 29th is tomorrow, isn't it? So the first game, women's game, Canada versus Ireland. Then we're going to see Norfolk Island against Macau, China. And then we'll finish with Cook Islands versus Malaysia. And we'll do our best, or we will have the ladders on hand for those matches to understand who needs what and what impact that may have on the post-section draw. And looking forward to John being joined by Barry Lester in the commentary booth for the 3 games tomorrow. I'm sure we can lean on him for a bit of the experience he's had at the top level of bowls for the last 25 years.
Yep.
Over the ditch.
He's been doing a bit of coaching out here, and it's gone down exceptionally well. Cook Islands, Malaysia, that will be a top of the table clash, that last one there. Currently they have 1 loss each after 6.
The wind just getting up a little here. End 5. There you can see the wind actually pushing that bowl.
Well, remember we talked about it changing hands coming in this direction last time. Would she change it? Would she change it? She decided not to, and now she has.
On the forehand again. I'm wondering if the bowl's going to come back in. I think it might, John. This should be close here. Oh, look at that. Outstanding stuff from Midori.
She hasn't had much to smile about. She, in fact, has not scored since the second end of the first set.
Should be very pleased with that, because it's well, now is the hour really for Midori. If you look at the score, she needs to win the set. She's 6 down. There's 2 ends to go after this, so if she could hold on here, well, really she needs a 2 here, but hold on here, you're 1-6 down with 2 ends to go. That's 5 shots. Yep. 6 shots to score on 2 ends. It's still plausible, even though it does feel unlikely based on the previous bits of the game. And interesting to see what Annika decides to play here. She's lining herself up on the... I actually can't tell what hand she's lining herself up on.
I presume she's playing forehand, but...
There we go.
Yeah.
So,
Makes sense there, doesn't it, too? come around those two and sit the shot bowl out. That weight would have been ideal, wouldn't it?
Really nice try.
And she's opened it up a bit. So what do we have from Midori? Which hand did she play that on?
The forehand.
Yeah, yeah. So put
Yeah.
another one in there.
It's imperative to make this 2 shots really, because 5 shots to win is easier to chase over 2 ends than 6s, because you can get a 3-handed 2.
Well, she might come backhand when you look at that and try to rest the jack back
Just-
a foot.
Yeah, it's possible to draw for 3 on the backhand,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
If you clear the bowl at 12.
And she's possibly thinking, with my luck today, I'll turn the opposition bowl over and knock myself out and I'll drop a single. And certainly that looks to be the shot to play, coming down the backhand, and that's the way she's lining up. Got to be perfect weight though.
Half a chance here, John.
Yes, yeah, it is.
It's still half a chance. It's still holding. It's still holding. And you got to be 1 down. 1 down. That is absolutely typical, isn't it? When it's not working.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious me. It's a mean game.
Make you want to throw up, wouldn't it, really?
I would
You
be.
pick your rag up, walk over to this side. Yeah, look, I understand exactly what you're thinking. So a single there to Annika, and from a position where she might well have picked up a 3, she was just fractionally out with that. Turned on her at the last minute, and what's even worse is it could be 2. Oh no. That is 1. Oh, so 1. Oh, so didn't get up all that close, but it is another single, and the march continues.
7-0. We're on the 6th end. Very hard to see a way back for Midori here. It's just not been her game. I think
No.
South African Annika has played well, and Midori has been below what she would expect, but even when she has played good bowls, John, we've just seen time after time the little bowls god that sits on your shoulder has gone, no, not today.
Yeah.
Not today.
Yes, if she's one of those people who review every bowl that she played, she'll be able to say quite justifiably, I had bad luck today. Remember that shot when I nearly grabbed the jack and gave myself 3? Oh, and then it just dipped and knocked them up. I was holding 2 and the wind picked my bowl up. Yeah, so lots of bad luck there for Midori. She needs 2 4s, of course, as we look at this playing the 6th end.
Hard to see a way back. If she's superstitious, John, whatever she had for breakfast this morning, I would recommend against having again. Change something for tomorrow.
Yeah.
7-0.
Or just dump the manager.
Or whatever works.
Yes, or whatever works. Sorry, Graham.
On the back end.
Skippers has been just a bit steadier. Not brilliant, but steady. She's been getting enough bowls in good positions. And let's looking at the score sheet. She scored on the first end of the first set, and she scored on every end since. Scoring a 3, that's her biggest. That was on the start of this particular set. So she's kept her opposition scoreless for all but one of these ends.
Has been an impressive performance, really.
There we are, Midori.
Lovely bowl.
That's perfect judgment of both the required parts of bowls. weight in the green. Throwing out a bit of a challenge here to South African. See if you can draw it inside that.
Unable to do so on that occasion.
Give us a second one.
Good line again from Midori. Needs it to keep running. Needs it to keep running. Has done so. This is two good bowls. Nice to see.
Last bowl of this end for the South African. She's picked, that's a good line from her too. This might just about kill Midori's end. No, not quite. So here we are, a 3 is in the offing for Midori Matsuoka of Japan, playing out of the Belrose Bowling Club in Sydney.
Be a nice way to finish the set if she can get some more shots on the board, and it's going to be 3 here, he says with confidence. 2, it'll be a 2, and 2-5 or 2-7 the score.
This is the tidiest green from these players consistently that we've seen in the entire match.
Lovely line indeed, and 2 there indicated. So the score 2-7, and we're on the final end of this third and final broadcast game today here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. 2 more days to go. Looking forward to it immensely. And I'll make sure I get a new can of drink, John, for tomorrow.
Yeah, drinking flat, whatever it is you're drinking, wasn't much fun.
Not ideal. It's quite warm in the country booth too, so it wasn't a cold drink. It was sort of, yeah, would not recommend. Now, if that was a domestic rink, that jack was just about out of bounds there, but the rinks are so wide. It'll be interesting. Well, the difference it makes really. So in New Zealand, we usually would have 8 rinks on this green, so narrower rinks, which ordinarily means that the jack gets killed more often when it spews out the side. What we should see, and what we have seen, is when the jack gets moved sideways in these games at this World Champion of Champions singles, it has to move quite some distance before it kills, John.
That artificial green out here, they've got 10 rinks on it.
10?
Yeah.
That's quite a lot of rinks.
Yeah.
To fit on a bowling green.
But great for their, business house or
corporate stuff.
hireage,
Yeah.
People hiring it. It's a bit hard to keep your concentration up when you've got the match won. You know you can't be beaten here. You've taken the first 8-1. You've got an unassailable lead in the second. But there is that bonus of finishing strongly.
So it's done well in keeping herself in the hunt here, Annika, for qualifying. Remembering there's 3 sections per gender, and the top 3 qualifiers in each section qualify. Well, the top 3 players qualify. Top 3 qualifiers is self-explanatory, isn't it? So the top 3 players qualify for post section. So if you can finish in the top 3, you're okay. We figured that means you can afford to lose. You'd be unlucky not to qualify if you lost 2 games, John.
Yeah. And what we've seen here is Annika has already lost 2, so she'll win this one to go to the 5-2 record.
And still to play for Annika is she's got a game upcoming against Anne Nunes, who's the defending champion, and Amanda Steenkamp from Namibia. So
they're currently together on the points table, having won 2 each and lost 2. So it all depends how Steenkamp has gone in her match this afternoon.
Look, it may be that final game that Annika plays at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon decides which of them qualifies for post section. So giving herself an opportunity to qualify has Annika Skepis. And Anne Nunes tomorrow at 11:30 will be a big game too, of course. Anne, the defending champion. We had her on the broadcast yesterday, I think, John, and she played well.
Yep.
Won the first world title for America since the mid-70s.
She played against Malaysia, and I think Malaysia's only won one match so far, which is a bit of a surprise. In the pre-tournament talk, she was featured quite regularly. Here we go, coming in for 2. Come on.
Good ball.
So probably 2 shots here to Midori Matsuoka of Japan. Throughout this game, though, she has struggled against the more consistent Annika Skepis of South Africa. The South African won the first set 8-1, conceding just a shot on the second end. And in this second set, she had it under control at 7-0 after 5 ends. She conceded a 2 on the 6th and a 2 there on the 7th. So the final score is South Africa winning by 7-4, having won the first 8-1, and it's another victory, a third for South Africa's Annika Skepis. We'll have a few highlights from this particular match, South Africa against Japan. Then we'll be back again tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.